2023. Call this meeting to order. Today is our Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation training session for the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners. Dr. Mixon, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Stephen Gola.
Present.
Sandra Kreiner.
Present.
Samantha Mixon, present. Randall Skaggs, absent. Sue Allen, absent. Keith Purdue.
Here.
Victoria Whitehead. Here. Raquel Olivier.
Present.
Do I have a motion to approve or deny the absences?
I move that we, with the absences.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. On behalf of the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners, we'd like to thank the TDLR and the staff for all that you've done to put this meeting together. This is something that's been coming together for a long time, and we're excited about the new resources at our fingertips and relationships that we're going to build. And so with that, let's get started, Mike.
Sounds great. I'm sorry. I'll work there. Okay. Yeah, we want to welcome everybody. Thank you again. My name is Mike Harris-Fennis. I'm the Executive Director for the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. I've got my executive team with me. They'll be able to kind of introduce themselves here shortly. But we do want to welcome you. I can tell you that this is a exciting time for us. This is a new venture, a new endeavor for the agency as well. We hope to be able to provide resources for Brittany and her staff and also for the board to be able to assist in any way that we can. You know, I can tell you this, I think I mentioned it before, and I've told Brittany this, but we are not interested in creating a mini TDLR. We're interested in ensuring and securing and making sure that the Texas Board of Veterinary Medical Examiners is a strong agency. We are going to assist Brittany in becoming the best small agency in the state of Texas. That's her goal. That is what she's striving for. And I can tell you that she's got the support of over 500 FTEs here at the agency to help her get to that point. So we look forward to working with her. We look forward to working with her team. You know, we've had numerous meetings. I think maybe we're inundating her with meetings, but it's because we want to do it right. And we know that there's a lot of eyes on this that are watching and making sure that we can turn this around, and that's the goal. So I'm looking forward to having a celebration on August 31 of 2027. And actually it should be before that, but that's the official date we're going to do it. But let everybody know that the veterinary board is solid. They are on path to be a great agency, and that we look forward to at least knowing that we participated in a piece of that and helping them out. So again, thank you for being here. Thank you for having us, and we look forward to our continued work together.
Great. All right, I guess first up, we've got our division presentations. So Chief of Staff, Jessica.
Hi, I don't know that these actually work.
Thank you.
Oh, okay, cool. Hi, Jessica Escobar, Chief of Staff, and I am new to this role. I actually just started in my role January of this year. I've been with TDLR since October of 2019. So before I started in this role, I was an assistant general counsel, and I covered 3 different programs, and I helped with the transition of the motor field program from Texas Department of Agriculture. So been involved with the agency even before I started here and have some experience with that. So in my role, I work closely with Mike and with the executive team, and I also work very closely with the commissioners. So keep them apprised of everything we have going on, make sure that they have what they need for commission meetings, and kind of serve as a liaison, make sure that our directors are plugged in, that we have everything, that we kind of know what's going on, feel the pulse of the agency. We're working on a big project right now. We're working on our DNA mission and core values. That's been something that's been going on with our Office of Project Process Management. So that's kind of been an ongoing process and project that we've had going. And so it's just it's a great opportunity. I have to kind of keep my hands on everything and be involved with everything that we have at the agency. So I really enjoy it. If there's anything you all need, I'm here as a resource for you. And we have a great team ready to assist.
Any questions for Ms. Escobar? Okay, Mike. Next, we're going to go into administrative services.
I'll let you know that Emmett Macon was supposed to be doing this piece of it, but he ended up leaving the agency about 2 weeks ago. He is now with the Texas Board of Nursing as their kind of, they call them director of operations, but pretty much the senior deputy executive director over there. And so we're in the process of getting everything ready to put a posting out for a new deputy. So in the meantime, I'm filling in the role, not very well, but I'm filling it in anyway. And I do want to introduce, first of all, under the administrative services, we have a couple of divisions and sections that I want to introduce you to. And I think if they can come on up, we've got Brandy Corrales, who is our Chief Financial Officer. And she'll be able to talk to you a little bit about the Financial Services Division. And I think Tila is going to be coming up, talking about the Office of Strategic Communications. I really encourage you that whenever they're coming in, all the division directors that come out, pick their brain, ask them questions, because I want you to be able to see the resources that we have available to you, and maybe things that you are envisioning to potentially happen at your agency. And you may say, okay, how can you do this? Or have you thought about this? Or how can you help us do whatever? But I really strongly encourage you to ask some questions. They'll be able to provide you a lot of information. And if it's something that we're not doing, that you're thinking about, then we'll probably steal it and then pass it on to you after. So, but yeah, feel free to ask any questions to them. Yes,
One
sir.
question, Mike, are we going to be replacing Hemant's position?
Yes.
As temporary?
Yes. Well, I am the temporary.
Right.
Yeah, but here shortly, we'll have a posting out for a new deputy executive director.
Well, good morning. I am Brandy Myers. I am the Chief Financial Officer. I've been with TDLR for over 4 years. I've been with the state for 15 and a half, and there's almost 10 of those I've been a Chief Financial Officer here in the Texas Medical Board. Love this agency, glad to be a part of it. You'll see in the presentation materials that we do have a deputy director. Her name is Karen Sands, and she just started with us on the 1st of September. So excited to have her. But you'll notice when you look through our materials, there's a whole lot of stuff. We have 6 different sections within our division. They're very diverse. The functions of them are very diverse, but yet we're very, very integrated. Everything starts and finishes from a financial standpoint within my division. Everything we do is guided by the comptroller, the LBB, state auditor's office, et cetera. We are guided by oversight agencies in what we do, what we pay, how we pay, when we pay, et cetera. But we maintain compliance with all of those oversight agencies. So when you go through all the different sections that are within my division, you'll see that we have the budgeting staff, and they handle a lot of our bigger legislative reports. You've heard of the legislative appropriations request, the operating budget, the base reconciliation, and a lot of those are all the budgetary documents that we do from a financial standpoint. We also have the assistance of Tony Trupion, who's back here. He is our budget analyst as well, from the data perspective, and he helps us tremendously with those reports. Excuse me. And then we also do the annual financial report, which is more of a comptroller's specific accounting report. So that's when we're dividing budgeting versus accounting. But all of it is still handled within our team. We've only got 2 staff members on that section. So we've got some tiny but mighty areas within our division. And then moving on to the expenditure team, this is the team that processes all of our vouchers. Just as a quick statistic, we processed 3,946 travel and invoice payments last fiscal year. So there's a lot happening. And again, you'll see that there's only 4 people in that section, and one of those positions is vacant. But again, another tiny and mighty section of our division. And they do that within the rules. We have 30 days to pay any invoices, and we have 45 days to pay travel. And so they maintain that compliance as well. Moving on to our administrative services team, this is like our mail team in our mailroom. They open all of the mail, day stamp it, and get it ready to start moving through the agency. Last year, we processed almost 175,000 pieces of mail. So there is a lot of paper moving through. Y'all know that there's some initiatives to get more electronic, but right now we are still processing paper, but we've got 38, 9, depending on who you ask, programs. So there's going to be some paper associated with that, but that team works that and gets it moving through the agency as fast as they can. Then we have our revenue team. They pick up all of the the revenue that comes in from the mail team, and they post all of those deposits and get the money off to the treasury. And last year they processed almost 98,000 checks in that division or section, excuse me. Moving on, we have our financial reporting team. This team does a lot of our revenue reconciliation. And so in the state, we've got two big systems as far as the state is concerned. We've got USAS, which is the official system of record for the state. And then there's CAPS, which is the other unofficial system of record that integrates to USAS. And we are required in the financial world to use both of those systems. And so our financial reporting team will reconcile all of the revenue that we bring in, which is over $63 million, to the penny between those two systems. In addition to that, they also reconcile it to what we have collected within our licensing systems. Our section specifically uses 4 of those licensing systems that we have within the agency. So everything is footed, cross-footed, matched, reconciled, all the way down to the penny. So they've got a lot going on, and they do a fantastic job of it. And then lastly, we have our contracts and procurement team. And so in this area, we have a mixture of purchasers and contract administrators. And we do that so that we can have oversight over every single process and every single step of procurement. We can watch it from the ground up to the award, and then we can manage it after the award. So cradle to grave, we've got eyes on every purchase and every contract that we have within the agency. And we also work very collaboratively with Mr. Charles Johnson, who's back here from the General Counsel's office. He is a huge asset to us. He makes sure that everything is legal and compliant with everything that we need to do to get it out the door. That team processed about 883 purchase orders in our last fiscal year. Excuse me. And then they also handle our, excuse me. They handle our historically underutilized business program, which is our hub program. And I'm very excited to announce that we actually have, thank you, we will be hosting our first annual hub event as TDLR coming up in October. So we would love to have y'all there with that program, and we look forward to that. So how we do it, we're a bunch of very committed public servants within our team. Everybody knows on our team that if it wasn't for what they did, little Johnny wouldn't have new shoes when he goes to school. Little Susie wouldn't have her backpack. Somebody wouldn't have a job, their mom or dad. And so what we do matters. And they are very committed to that. And they're a very incredible group of individuals that I have the honor to work with. And so that's an overview of our division. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Franny, just one question. You had mentioned the new director. What was her name again?
Absolutely. Her name is Karen Sands. She has been here a whopping 20 days and her feet are wet. Yes, ma'am.
And you're working with our staff currently on implementing similar procedures with our financial.
We will start working with your staff. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many people work in your department alone?
Ours is 36 fully staffed.
36. Okay. All right. And we can synthesize this down to an agency that's small with maybe one employee in that department or two. It's feasible. Is that feasible? This is impressive.
There is a lot that has to happen. And, you know, I came from a smaller agency as well. And I will say that what happens there is you have, you know, a couple of people, as you know, wearing many, many hats. And they're getting to learn all different areas of the financial services section and how they all integrate with each other. You can't do something on the purchasing side that's not going to impact the expenditure side, that's not going to impact financial reporting, that's not going to hit budget. So even though you have a lot of different tasks, they're all going to come together and we can work with your staff and help them through that. I'm really excited about the opportunity to do it.
Thank you.
Is that where the mentor protege program comes in place, or?
The mentor protege program is actually connected to the hub. stuff. And so what that is doing is that's taking a mentor that does not have to be a hub, but it also takes the protege, which is a hub, and we pair those together. And they work together for 2 years under an agreement. And the mentor really helps get their feet wet, helps get them into how to work with state business and state agents from the procurement side, and helps to elevate them and get their businesses going. We have right now 2 mentor protege agreements that Charlotte Craig, who is our manager over the contracts and procurement section, she's also our agency's designated hub coordinator. She works with those mentor and protege folks. And actually, they're going to be speaking at our event in October, in our hub event. Yes, ma'am.
So when do you anticipate starting to help our financial division?
As soon as we can get it on the calendar, I will be more than happy to start that process.
So does that mean we're scheduled like in the next couple of weeks, or is that the next couple of months? I mean, is your calendar that full?
We don't currently have something established, but that is one of my immediate responsibilities to try to get that scheduled so we can start working in that respect.
This may be for a different person or topic, but I didn't see like an audit style tab. But when you come in, will y'all be doing sort of a financial audit to also, because I know some of our reports to comptroller or different things might have different dynamics to it. Are you approaching this as a clean slate going forward financial implementation process, or will we be able to see some of the financial background kind of coming in this past year or 2 years?
Are you speaking of like our audits or?
Like when you come in, will y'all do sort of an audit style process in evaluating how we have been doing things?
Yeah.
And
Just real quickly, I can tell you that, and Tony, if you want to come up, maybe kind of talk about it a little bit. We just had a meeting. What we ended up doing as a part of our attachment that we have is we have a procurement of money that was funded to appropriation for this endeavor. And we've secured a internal auditor that we use called Weaver Audit. We actually had our first meeting yesterday. We had our first meeting yesterday. Tony Kubion is our budget policy analyst. He's the one that kind of works directly with the auditors. He could probably dive into a little bit deeper on the audit side of what we're looking at doing, especially with in this new endeavor, and kind of figure out exactly where we're at. And understand that we've got a lot of things that are coming at Brittany right now.
right,
And we're trying to, and this goes, I think, along to your question, we're trying to make sure that we do this in phases, because, you know, we've got rules that we need to look at, we've got contracts, we've got, you know, the financial, we've got the audit. And so there's a lot of things coming at Brittany, and what I've tasked our team with here at TDLR is to make sure that they're not overwhelming. Because, you know, Brandy's division is larger than the entire agency. And so understanding that while we may have 36 people in financial services, you know, the vet board only has 1 or 2. And so I don't want to inundate, but I know that there's sections that we have to kind of tackle. And Brittany and I have a meeting on Friday that we're going to do. And what I want to do is kind of make sure we have a plan in place of saying, okay, this is the first thing we need to tackle. This is the next thing. This is the next thing. And make sure we get the priority things done first. The Weaver audit that we're looking at is one of the things that we identified early on, saying we need to make sure we got an audit in place. That'll help also to go back to Sunset, and help also to go back to LBV talking about this. So TC, if you don't mind, kind of just tell them what the crux of the audit will contain, what's going to be developing in there.
Sure. I'm Tony Kubion. I'm the budget analyst. Weaver and Tidwell is our internal auditor that we're required to have by the government code. They've been our auditor for 5-6 years now. And since y'all are part of us for the next 4 years, it was appropriate for Weaver to be able to audit y'all's stuff as well. They're going to do a kind of, we did the risk assessment started the risk assessment yesterday, where we're going to look at all of the factors of the agency and assign risk to everything that the agency does and all its processes. And then based on that risk assessment, they'll come up with an audit plan. I believe the plan will probably just be to audit everything. They'll just kind of take a holistic look at the agency and the processes and procedures and, what is in place right now and what should be in place. I mean, we always knew we'd have to do some kind of a process mapping to just figure out where the board's at and go from there. And so Weaver is not uniquely, but they're well placed to do that for us. I mean, that's their deal. So they're just gonna kind of just perform an overall audit, and it will include financial services as part of that process.
Can you define for us risk assessment?
They look at everything that the agency does. They're looking at, financial services, they're looking at licensing, they're looking at enforcement, they're looking at, media communications, just everything the agency does. And they say, what is the risk here? What is the inherent risk and what is the, probability, yeah. I couldn't remember the other thing, sorry. I didn't know I was gonna be talking today.
Yeah,
So,
my bad.
yeah, I would have been more prepared.
Meeting, I mean, it was
yeah.
inevitable.
Anyways, they look at everything that board does, or they will look at everything that board does. And they're having assistance from Brittany and then the directors of the agency to assign risk to everything that they do. Like, if this went bad, how bad would it be? Or what is the probability of this going bad? Financial services is a area where, like, Dan Graves, who's the head of the Weaver team that we deal with, pointed out yesterday, with financial services, the risk could be great, but, folks may argue that, hey, no, we've got all kinds of processes in place. And so the risk is not great. You can't make any kind of payments without, checking and double checking and triple checking to make sure this payment is done. And so he said, yes, the risk is low because of all the mitigating stuff that you have in place. But if those things weren't, that's why those things are there, because the risk is great in that area. So it's just going to be kind of an assigning of all a risk to every part of the process of the agency to determine where the resources are best spent.
And I think for me as a board member, I'm just really excited about this partnership and opportunity, particularly on the financial side. Sit on the finance committee and have been here through a couple CFOs now. So it's like, I want to, as a board member, have a little bit of transparency if there's something that happened and we need to address it or do risk management associated with that, but also then taking those best practices that y'all are providing going forward.
And I think what we hope to be able to provide also is the process and procedures by which we use an example for procurement.
Mhm.
And saying, okay, and again, it goes to the audit. What do we need to put in place to ensure that we're mitigating that exposure? And those are the things that we hope to be able to bring to the table and be able to provide for these boards so that they may say, okay, we haven't thought about that, but that's a great procedure to put in place. Let's go ahead and try to figure out how we can implement it and put it in, understanding also the constraints of resources that you have. And so those are again, it's a factor we've got to consider when we're doing this. And back to your question about, what's the plan on the finances? Everyone's just coming off of end of fiscal year. So there's a lot of closeout, that the agencies have to do. But I can tell you that I think one of the first conversations that I had with Brittany was, finances is one of the things that she wants to make sure we're looking at. So, I mean, that's at the probably the top of our list of things that we need to be doing within the agency is ensuring that the procedures, the processes, the security from a financial standpoint. When I'm saying financial services, I'm talking about revenue, expenditure, procurement, everything that falls in there is looked at. And we do that process mapping that we're talking about to ensure that everything is in place so that we can show the Sunset Commission, also LBB. I'm not sure if you told them, but one thing that's happening every time we meet together, there's a couple of individuals from the Legislative Budget Board that are meeting with us because they're kind of tracking what's going on, and they're flies on the wall. They're sitting in the back. They're not contributing, but they're also listening to everything that's going on so they can chart and map it and know the conversations that we've had and the process that we're doing to get this done. So all that to say, there's a lot of eyes on us, so we want to make sure that we're doing this correctly. But yeah, I mean, and you're gonna hear throughout the course of today of various things. I appreciate the conversation because it's good to know that your wheels are spinning also, and how, you know, what's the best way to improve this agency, because I know that you're here for that reason. You're here because you want to improve the agency. And that's our plan as well. So I appreciate the conversation.
Okay, anything else?
Not for me, anything from y'all?
Thank you very much.
My name is Tila Manch. I'm the communications manager for the Texas Department of Licensing and Regulation. The Office of Strategic Communications, which I'm part of, encompasses the website, graphic design, and government relations. Probably the most important is the government relations section of it, and you'll hear from Jeff Popus a little bit later this afternoon, and he'll walk you through the TDLR way of doing things with the legislature. I've been working with Brittany over the last couple of months on communications matters, and one of the things that I'll be working with her on in the next several months is a communications plan for the TBVME, and I'm really excited about doing that because we're kind of starting from the beginning. But we're a full service shop over here at TDLR. And I look forward to working with y'all on that. Just a little aside, if you receive any calls from the news media or emails from the news media asking about board related things, please refer those calls to me, and I'll be happy to promptly return the phone call. And if it is something where we just, after discussion decide, yes, it's appropriate for you to speak as a board member to the news media, then great. I'll give you some coaching on how to do that and what to stay away from, or whatever. It's not an anti-transparency thing. It's just, we want to make sure that everyone's speaking with one voice, and that especially that I know what's going on so that I can help you, because sometimes folks say things and then they realize, oh, I should not have said that. It's not like the Harry Potter movies where Hagrid would say, oh, I shouldn't have said that. And then bad things or, wacky things happen. I'm trying to save you from that. So when I go, I'll give you all my card, but please do call if you have ideas for news releases that you think that the agency should be doing vet related. Then I'm always looking for things to do, and want to make sure that y'all have a robust presence in the news media in a good way. Does anybody have any questions?
I want to tell you also that I've been in this position for about 19 months now. When I was appointed as executive director, I've done one interview. That's it. And that's the recent interview we did that Brittany and I did together. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but the interview's out there. That's the only interview I've done so far. Anytime we get media requests, I send them to Tila, and she's that one voice that we talk about. And so, there's continued, which we expect KXAN to continue to follow this, because I think they want to do a follow-up story about how everything's working now and the improvement of it. But those type of requests, yeah, I mean, if Brittany gets them, I mean, she'll reach out to Tila and have that conversation. There'll be a conversation that Brittany and Tila can have about who's going to talk and who's going to present that. Because again, our mantra is we have that one voice, which is Tila. And if they want to have an interview with me, then, they get what they get. So, but yeah, that's kind of what the approach that we take, is that Tila does most of the talking for the agency. She's got a relationship already with the media, so that helps out dramatically. But there may be continued conversations, questions that come up from various media outlets, newspaper, TV, that may come to Brittany, and Brittany may want to tackle it herself, or she may reach out to Tila and say, I've got this thing going on. Because a lot of times what can happen is that we can get questions in advance, so we know exactly what they're kind of going for. They don't always do it, but it helps when they do.
I don't think any of us would claim that we're media experts, so we appreciate the resource.
I'm here to help.
Thank you.
Okay. Next up, we'll move to licensing services, Mr. Bruno.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here with you all. My name is Steve Bruno. I'm one of the Deputy Executive Directors here at TDLR. And I'll follow Jessica's style of introduction. A few months ago, I would have said hello. It's an honor to be with you. I'm Steve Bruno, Legislative Director.
Yes.
I have moved on to become a Deputy Executive Director, and I'm absolutely thrilled about that opportunity. I have the honor of working with two divisions who are part of the heart and soul of this agency. The first one is the licensing division. And obviously that's our first name, we're the Department of Licensing. And the folks I'm honored to work with, led by our interim director, Heather, who you'll hear from in a minute, are, like Brandy described her folks in financial services. We're all part of the TDLR family and we're one team, but each division is made up of an incredibly dedicated group of public servants who process an incredible amount of information each day to ultimately lead to a required license or certificate so that Texans can work. And we are thrilled to be part of that work. Another important group that I'm able to work with, who you'll hear from, Angie Schmidt, Deputy Director of the Education Examination Division. Did I just give you a
You
Excuse
could be a huge.
Ray, sorry. Ray Sorrow would normally be up here. Angie works directly with Ray. The Education and Examination Division does incredible work for those persons who are required by law to be licensed by us because of the nature of what they do. For example, a barber and cosmetology school, where our future barbers and cosmetologists come from in the state of Texas. Those schools are regulated by us, specifically by Ray and Angie and the rest of their team. There are course requirements that need to be reviewed. There are continuing education requirements for some of our licensees. And of course, like all of our programs, they each have their own unique requirements and differences. When we've got 37 different programs, we've got different things that are required. And so anytime an educational piece is required, it involves, I know you all were talking about audits earlier, it involves auditing the schools and making sure that students are properly enrolled, making sure that students know before they sign up. There's a legal requirement for schools to tell students, if you have a criminal background that might impact this license later, we need to let you know about that now. And at TDLR, we have a great process for analyzing that information so that before someone starts schooling, they can know if a background might impact their ability to hold a license. So that's just a brief flavor of the work done by the two divisions. And first, I'm going to turn it over to Heather to talk about the licensing division. But before I do that, I need to ask if you all have any questions.
On the organizational chart, what does the CARE or CARE period mean?
That's a team that I'll let Heather talk about quickly. Overall, that's a team that works with our, we use a lot of different analogies and talk about a lot of different things. Whenever we get incoming information and incoming application, a lot of times we've got everything we need and we can process an application. And that's our favorite stuff. We love that stuff. There's other stuff, for whatever reason, that an application might be incomplete or might have some missing items. And that's where a CARE team member may get involved to work specifically on a particular case to help resolve it when it falls outside that normal complete application that we love to process. We love to process all of them. We enjoy the complete applications.
So can you tell us what the acronym here is?
Yes, I will turn that over to Heather.
Customer advocate and research expert specialist. Thank you. My PA Lydia is sitting back there.
And I think I'd encourage, what Heather will talk about is more sort of less the title specifically and more what that person does and how they play that role.
So Heather Muir, interim licensing director. 20 days ago, I would have told you I am the deputy director of licensing that I held for 6 months before that. So I am still fairly new as well. in your handout, you see our structure. Basically, what our part is at the agency is that we ensure that we license competent people that are safe to go out and be in people's homes, and that they are have the knowledge and experience necessary to provide care to their clients. Ensure that they meet all of the standards and requirements that are in the laws and the rules. We review their transcripts. We look at their education, their experience, their employment history. We check national certifications. We also make sure that they're properly insured and bonded if that's a requirement of the license. And we check for continuing education upon renewal. What you will see is we have, at the time of this, or that this presentation was developed, we had 70 FTEs, but we now have 72 FTEs because we have a new program, which is electric vehicle charging stations. So on that org chart, we have 3 licensing sections with 1 support team. And those licensing sections are each broken up into 2 teams. Each section has 1 care person or 2 care persons. The team that has the 2 care positions has a higher number of licensees that they help regulate. And a little bit more about that care person is typically what their role is. They work closely with customer service for an escalated case. So if someone says, where's my license? I submitted all my stuff to you. They are the ones who go and act as that contact with customer service to go and find all that information and process it and get that, as through quickly done. So it's a point of contact for anything that's kind of like an outlier that's not following the normal licensing process. Each team has a team lead assigned to it, and that team lead is responsible for ensuring that the work gets allocated to the staff and that they are staying on task, that people are properly trained. If they have questions about a specific application, they're the subject matter experts that they go to get any assistance that they might need processing an application or a renewal. And so the first team is the business and occupations team. They have 19 FTEs on that team and they cover 15 programs. The second team that you will see is business and occupations. They have 26 staff members and they cover 7 programs. And then the last one that you will see on there is the medical and health professions team, and they have 17 FTEs with 15 programs. The business and occupations, typically that's going to be like tow truck operators, vehicle storage facilities, the motor fuel quality, things like that. And then the business and occupations is going to be our hair team that is barber and cosmetology. And then we also have industrial occupations, which is the electricians. And then they also do elevator report entry. So if someone goes out and does an inspection on an elevator, they send that report back in and that team enters those. The health professions is just what it says, health professions, podiatrists, athletic trainers, speech pathologists. They also do some code enforcement officers and mold remediation companies. Last year, we processed about 666,000 applications and renewals with that team. About 87% of those initial applications were submitted online, and 96% of those renewals were submitted online. About 211,000 facilities and businesses, 450,000 individual licenses that we processed. Out of those, we had about 95% of the new applications that come through were issued within 10 days of receipt and licensing. 97% of those renewals were processed within 7 days of receipt and licensing. And then we also have our support and analytics team. They are the ones who, when the mail comes into our division, they're the ones that kind of pick up the mail, sort it, kind of hand it out to the teams for them to process it. But they also mail stuff that is outgoing from our agency. So last year, they mailed over 400,000 documents out, and they have 7 staff members on that team. You'll see 400,000 when you're like, but wait, you said you processed 616,000 things, right? So some of that we outsource to a vendor that does some of that mailing and printing for us. That's all I have. Does anyone have any questions?
So, how will your division, work with our licensing team?
We have 2 people assigned to the vet board team, and that is Regina Horton. She is one of our team leads on the health professions team. And we also have Lorraine Diaz, who is on our hair team. I chose people that work with different licensing systems. That's another thing that we have multiple systems that we're working in right now, and each team kind of is split up based on those systems, but we have some that cross systems. So I tried to pick people that had different experiences and process different complexity type of applications, so that when they come over and they kind of help you go through the learning process with your team, they can kind of give you what our best practices are and kind of how we process things, how we communicate with the customers, how we're kind of aligned, and see if some of that is something that y'all can model. Hopefully.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Dr. Gill, I do want to kind of interrupt right quick. Dr. Gill, board members, we have on the line our Chairman, Rick Figueroa. He's just joined us. He does want to be able to kind of say a few words to the board. He wasn't able to be here in person, but he logged on right quick just to be able to just kind of welcome this board and talk about the importance of it. So Chairman Figueroa, I think you're on mute right now, but you want to just kind of go ahead. There you go.
All right, thanks, Mike. I appreciate it, and thanks for the promotion. I think you were going to say Dr. Figueroa. I think all the doctors that are sitting out there. I appreciate that. I couldn't be with you, but I think of all the licensees that we have, you guys would understand the reason why. Is my son is in the county fair right now, and he's showing a pig. So Washington County has their whole. So I have to be here. And so I know you guys can appreciate them more than any other licensees that we have. I want to thank you guys, first of all, for listening to me and being part of this conversation. It's a critical conversation in every respect. And I would tell you that the thing that we are known for, and we should be known for, and if you ever have a problem, let me know, is to listen more than we talk. That is our paramount, to listen, to constantly understand, and to, because of the complexities and the diversities of our licenses, that is a paramount requirement for the staff as a whole, and they're very good at it. You do have the A team in front of you, and they're amazing, and they perform time and time again in various ways and various paths. And so I would tell you that you are in great hands. We're excited about it. The next couple of years that you guys are going to be here, the theme for me as chair will be best practices and shared solutions, right? It is a communication of what we want to do as an agency and where we want to help you guys grow and be better and more efficient at what you're doing. There is no holy grails. There is no sacred cows. Whatever you feel like you guys need, we'll be able to try to garnish and pull towards your support. We'll give you every intel and data that we have on as far as getting the processes done. We realize that the diversity of licensees are important, but there is a lot of commonality to it as well. In regards to background checks, continuing educations, renewals, those processes are pretty homogeneous in their own right. So the legislature has worked with us many times, and at the end game, we really want you guys to know that we're going to try to make your organization, this organization, as great as possible. And hopefully you'll be standing on our shoulders and being able to see way beyond the next couple of years, but in the next 20 to 30 years of how the vet board will operate. So I'm excited about it. So thank you for your time. Any questions for me?
Chairman Figueroa, thank you for making time for us today, and good luck to your son. I hope he does well in the pig class. That's a competitive species to participate in. But thank you for being here, and our conversations outside of today have been very positive, and I really look forward to working with your team. Thank you.
We're excited. Thank you so much. And yeah, it's going to be a nervous by noon. So we'll know the results by noon. So right now the whole family's on pins and needles. So we're excited about it. Take care, guys.
Well, good luck.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, next up, I believe we have Education and Examination Division, Angela Schmidt.
Yes, hi, welcome. My name is Angie Schmidt. I'm one of the managers in our Education and Examination Division. Our director is Ray Pizarro. I'm filling in for him today. He is giving a speech or something in a presentation somewhere else. And I jokingly told Steve, I didn't have to answer any questions because I'm not the director. But he gave me that promotion just a second ago.
So now you have to.
Now I have to.
Why did you feel comfortable answering questions?
Okay. We are made up of two sections. We have our accreditation and certification section, and then we have our outreach, audits, and policy. I'm the manager of the accreditation and certification section. We work with the schools. I have 2 team leads and 6 team members. And then the outreach, audits, and policy section works with primarily the exams and what they say, outreach and audits. They travel around, talk with schools, work with schools. They audit CE providers. They audit other education providers, and they actually go in and audit some schools such as motorcycle schools. Michael Strawn is the manager of that section, and he has 1 team lead and 4 team members. And we currently have 5 vacancies. The E&E division is responsible for many tasks within its relatively small framework. Our staff is committed to the department's philosophy and mission of TDLR in providing safety and customer protection. The expertise in our staff allows us to properly evaluate and improve schools, providers, and courses. We are a small section with big responsibilities. Some of our core responsibilities include, but are not limited to, approving schools, curriculum, and education providers for licensure of about approximately 30 different license types. And in our division, we touch almost all 37 programs in some way. If they don't have an education component that we approve, they do usually have an exam component. Approving education materials for the life of all licenses, from initial trainings, education, curriculum through continuing education. Development of jurisprudence and initial licensure examinations, content outlines, and reporting. Just this year alone, we administered 91,321 examinations by partnering with our third-party testing vendor to provide ample testing throughout Texas. This includes virtual e-exams and in-person testing sites, and the tests are provided in several different languages. We also have new exams coming in November for the new barber and cosmetology license types created by House Bill 1560. We ensure compliance with all state and federal laws and rules for each industry by the schools and curriculum we approve and support. Provide resources and information regarding program-related updates via various outreach initiatives. We've also customized our website so that schools are able to navigate and find the necessary information such as forms, reports, and measures. E&E has truly stepped out of the box and has utilized the core value of innovation to improve the services we provide by creating tools like Shears for barber and cosmetology schools, AMPS for electrical apprentice enrollments, and PALMS, which is for massage schools. These online programs allow schools or trainers, whoever utilizes it, to manage their course completions and enrollments for all their students. Created an online CE reporting for our licensed providers to manage CE course completions. Created an online search tool for students' exam scores. This feature allows anyone to see how well students are doing in a particular school. The report provides details about the school's pass rate and the state mean. Created an online search tool for CE completion. This feature allows the licensee to review the CE course they have completed in their industry to ensure they've met the CE requirements.
We also created an online verification system to validate a driving safety certificate. This allows driving safety course providers to issue the certificates electronically to students who have completed their course, and it allows the court system to verify that that certificate is valid without actually having to call us or email us. And some of our major accomplishments are we developed a driver education course in American Sign Language. It was the first state created and approved ASL course in the nation. We spent approximately 600 hours doing it. It was quite a task, and we're pretty proud of it. And we are provided to the schools to use at no cost. So if they have a student who's deaf or hard of hearing come to their driver education school, they can provide this course to them. We developed and launched a new Texas massage exam. This allows applicants to take only one exam as opposed to two. There is the MBLEX, which is a multi-state exam for massage therapy. But if they take that one, they also have to take a JP exam that tests them on Texas state laws and rules. Our exam, which is just one compared to the two, is $60. The MBLEX is $265. So it does save money. We began the exam in February, and as of August 31st, 506 applicants have taken the exam with a pass rate of 60.4%. Over 70% of the people who have been licensed since that time have taken the Texas state exam. Implementation of House Bill 1560, the Sunset Bill, our favorite ever.
That's right.
The largest changes to date for the department and significant impact on the barber and cosmetology programs, as well as the driver education and safety programs. And both teams were led by E&E. Without E&E, there would not be regulated schools or curriculum approved for individuals to obtain their professional licenses and ensure those educational resources needed to obtain those licenses meet and exceed lawful standards for education and safety. In conclusion, we are a team built upon education internally and externally. Education increases compliance and customer satisfaction while decreasing calls, emails, and complaints. We continually review processes and programs for enhanced efficiency and to remove regulatory burdens. We are also committed to communication by expanding site visits, public speaking events, public notices, and summits. Educating during every interaction, as every contact is an opportunity to educate ourselves and the industries we regulate. No questions, remember?
We know there's going to be a process where this division is going to look at our procedures for reviewing continuing education and how we qualify those things.
Mhm.
We're going to review our examinations that we proctor,
Mhm.
for the different licenses that we give. And so we're excited. We know we've got a lot of resources, especially when it comes to testing the test.
Mhm.
I know Mike and I have had a conversation about some of those resources, and during this 4-year process, we'll be able to look at the review of how we're doing things and see where we can make some changes.
Through our exam review committees, our ERCs. And we have met with Jared and Wanda. We met with them, and we are going next Tuesday, the 26th, with Regina and Lorraine, and we are going there because some of the processes, your licensing processes kind of crosses both our divisions. So we're all going to go down there together and review those. And we are not above poaching great ideas from you guys too. So if we may find something that you guys do that works very well that we can bring back to our divisions also.
Brittany, do we use the same proctoring company for the exams, or is it different?
It's different.
Board members, you're not going to torture her with any questions?
Not now, but I'm thinking in the future. I have some in my head.
You can always, you can
I'm
always
happy to
reserve-
answer any questions.
You can always reserve the right to bring it back up.
Right.
Yeah.
No, you saved your life, so.
Good.
Cause I have questions. I'll let that
You can ask. I was really just kidding.
go.
Go ahead, we have time.
We do. So in your education,
Mhm.
how are you looking at evaluating the education that we approve for veterinarians?
Well, we have the standards in our laws and rules about what the curriculum should contain, what topics should be included. We used to review every course. say for instance, driver education, that's a 32-hour program. We would word for word, and that wasn't efficient. It was taking 6 months to approve courses. So especially after talking with Sunset and even before Sunset came, we started reevaluating our processes. When someone applies to become a school and sends their curriculum for approval, when they sign that application, they are signing that they have read all the laws and rules for that program.
I'm sorry,
And-
I didn't mean the vet school, I meant continuing education.
Oh, okay, well,
Yeah.
it's kind of the same.
Right.
We have what topics should be covered, and there's a certification statement on these applications that I certify that I am following all the laws and rules for this program, whether it be continuing education or their course curriculum. And then on the back end, which our outreach audits and policy team, if there's complaints or we have concerns that they are not teaching exactly what they're supposed to be teaching, if they're, which for continuing education, there wouldn't be an exam, but, well, initial exam for licensure. But then we have our audit team to go out and audit that CE course to ensure.
Yeah, and I think there's just some understanding of the scenarios that we have, because we have multiple people applying to do one course one time and they'll never do it again. But they want to get CE credit for it. So there's probably some nuances that will help.
Oh, yeah, we've seen things like that, right? And yeah, we can definitely help with that. But did that get at the question that you were asking?
Not really, but probably there's a language barrier.
Well, and that's that's one of the most important things for us to do, I think, in this meeting is, we're gonna use some terms and y'all are gonna use some terms, and I wanna make sure we're asking each other. It's something that we do internally all the time. I wanna make, just because you use, the word license can mean different things. The word process can mean different things. So let's make sure that we're all on the same page, because then we are gonna get what Angie said in that maximum learning benefit. Where
Right, because we're not going to look at the vet school and decide whether they've done their job.
Okay.
But our licensees are required by state law
Mhm.
to get 17 hours of continuing education.
Yep.
And a lot of them get what's called race approved, which comes down from the national organization.
Mhm.
And then there are those who would like to provide state approved continuing education and follow the guidelines that have been set up. So what I'm wondering is, how is this education division looking at assisting the licensing and our education group in fulfilling that or doing it according to your guidelines, or, what is it exactly that we're doing?
I'll suggest the first step we'll do is y'all, and this is where y'all are obviously the experts more than us. We're gonna look at your laws and rules, okay? Because we've got laws and rules for 37 different programs, and there are variances. So we're gonna focus on the foundation, the law. And then the next part of that, obviously the rules. We're gonna focus on your laws and rules and talk about, okay, what needs to be required, what's required, and then we're gonna talk about how are we fulfilling that? What are the different ways we can help meet those requirements that benefit us as an agency for effective administration, and then the licensee to get a quality product delivered to them. One way, and I don't want to delve too far into it, but just one little nugget is that, in a sense, and Angie's going to correct me if I step too far, some of our CE providers, we do have some who, there are some of those one-offs like you talked about. Then there are others who, this is kind of their core business. And so they're almost like a licensee. And they don't have a license to operate or go work for an electrician, but they do have that license to offer that course. And so it's a different way of looking. Again, I said, the term license can mean different things. So again, we'll start with the foundation, with the law and rules, and look at what y'all are doing now and talk about what we're doing and see if we can find a way to make things better.
I think we're working at it, it'd be super nice to have your assistance in forming a template. And when we look at a lot of the applications that come in, it's very difficult because these are most of our doctors or organizations that veterinarians work for, and we need a template that we can plug in, you know, are they meeting these criteria? If not, then we have to reject that C applicant. And how do we do that? We get backlash sometimes from applicants.
Sure.
So we're looking for help with a template that would make our job easier. Because as board members, that falls a lot of times on us to
Sure.
look at the CE. So
And we
that
have
would be great.
those, and we also, like he was saying, it's a lot different in each different program.
Mhm.
I mean, the CE in athletic trainers looks different than the CE for barber and cosmetology. So we have to relate it to each different program, and I think meeting with Jared and Juan hours and what licensing means to the vet board, because it means different things between our divisions, but we were both still licensing. And some of the tasks and duties that Jared and Wanda share with us kind of relates to both our divisions. So it's gonna be very beneficial for us to actually go and see the processes and see how everything works.
To me, that's gonna be the fun part, because we're gonna get that understanding with y'all's laws and rules and have that as a base. And then we're doing the same thing. You know, and it sounds like one issue is, you know, if it is veterinarians who are putting these together, that's not their core. Their core mission is serving the people and providing veterinary services, not providing education courses. So we can come up with some strategies and ideas to help make that work a little bit better. And we love templates, right?
And I love it. I love it.
Yeah,
We do.
we're all about it. So it's gonna be exciting.
Thank you.
Well, and I think that goes to a longer, kind of narrative on this board is, especially how I see the veterinarian members on our board, they do a lot of work. And granted, it is public service. So, you know, but to be able to give them tools in the toolbox where they can look at it with the vet scope on and say, yeah, this looks great. Having a template like that can make it to where they're happier when they do other committees with us. You know.
Good.
But I think the benefit too is the person putting the CE together, if they know the objectives of the course
Absolutely.
and they miss it, well, it's easy to reject.
And
Right.
absolutely, and it sets a baseline. Everybody knows the expectations. We're not hiding any, you don't have to turn over the back to see the secret code to really get, you know, this is what we expect and deliver it and you'll probably get approved, you know, and then again, we'll get into really clean applications that are great and one that, oh, maybe we have a couple questions, let's talk and see if we can get there.
You know, on most of our applications, we have an instruction page that is the very first page of that application. We have pages on our website for most of the industry that have CE. There's a section specific to that industry for CE for that industry and what is required. And if you want to become a provider, what you need to have in order to be a provider and what the course must look like. And it's very, very detailed, but we also have that instructions page, which is the first page of an application that tells them exactly what they need to have.
Awesome. Any other comments or questions? Angela and Heather, thank you very much. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Mike, I'm gonna pivot just a second. You know, this meeting thus far has been very much about you guys and what y'all are bringing to the table. And we didn't start the meeting introducing our team. And so I'd like to take a few moments just to introduce ourselves as individuals. I think that's important. Yes.
I asked you if you were going to make plans, because I know.
I'll start. So my name is Steve Gola. I am a practitioner that lives in New Braunfels, Texas. I grew up in the San Antonio area, farming and ranching, and decided that it was probably best to be a veterinarian to sustain my livelihood than farming and ranching in Bear County. Development has proved me correct, but I'm a father of 4 children with my wife, Christy. That is my priority in life first. Veterinary medicine is a love of mine. I love this profession. I wanted to be a veterinarian since I was 3 and started on this board a year ago, so I'm your newest member. I'm a Fighting Texas Aggie class of 96, veterinary school of 01. And love all things veterinary medicine and tech. So, again, I'm a mixed animal practitioner. I still practice, founded 4 veterinary clinics in the rural parts of Austin and Lockhart, Luling, Gonzales, and New Braunfels, and currently work as a director of veterinary operations for Innovative Pet Care out of Austin, where we coach 82 clinics across the country. So that's my story, and why don't we go all the way down to the end and come to this direction with our friend from Lubbock.
Hi, I'm Victoria Whitehead. I want to say I'm the first and very proud Red Raider on this board.
Good job.
I think so, but huge Red Raider. I am from Lubbock, grew up in Hereford, Texas, grew up in the cattle feeding industry. Cattle and dairies, West Texas is very strong passion of mine. Grew up as an attorney and legislative creature. I've worked every session for the past 12 years. Started working very young, so I've also got a good esthetician. Professionally, I'm the CEO of the West Texas Home Builders Association and a licensed attorney with a small law practice that I do on the side. Proud mom to 2 little boys. My husband's in the oil industry, but extremely excited to be here and for this partnership. I know a couple people within leadership at TDLR and have worked legislatively with TDLR, so very excited for that.
Well, that's hard to follow. I'm Raquel Olivier. I'm actually a native Houstonian. I actually am a undergrad, University of Houston, and MBA grad from Texas A&M University. I have also started my career as a CPA, and now I'm actually a business owner. I own Olivier Incorporated, where we are participating in a lot of commercial construction projects throughout the state and throughout the nation. We focus on aviation, public transit, K-12, as well as higher education and healthcare. We also own Link Transportation Corporation, or also own that. And it's a microtransit operations that's on the DART platform in Dallas. I am the mother of 2 kids, a son and a daughter. They're both extremely opposite ends of the spectrum. I've been told I've had 1 kid twice. And so I am very excited about being a part of this board and being a part of this event, and working with you all as an advisory to our board. So thank you, and I look forward to the rest of our session today.
That was good. Okay, that was good. I'm Dr. Samantha Mixon. I'm a Gator. Sorry, Texas people. I'm a University of Florida graduate. I have 4 kids. My oldest and my youngest are Aggies. And I know, sorry about that, but they're both Aggies. And my oldest son serves in Germany with the U.S. military, and my youngest is pre-law at A&M, following your footsteps there. I was raised in East and Southern Africa most of my life. I attended undergrad at Arizona. I've had 2 mobile practices, one in Houston, now in Bernie, Texas, outside San Antonio. Specialize in equine, specifically in dentistry is the area that I focus mostly on in my practice, but it's a general equine mobile practice. And been serving on the board for 6 years. It's been a great experience. And I also think this is a great partnership. I'm looking forward to the assistance in the structural agency area. So thank you very much.
You did well.
Thank you.
Now it's my turn. Keep it even shorter. Hi, I'm Dr. Lynn Kreiner. Yes, my first name is Sandra, but I never go by that. So if you call me that, that means you don't know me at all. And you're probably looking to get something. I don't owe you anything. I'm a Texas A&M grad, graduated in 1995. And I have an equine ambulatory practice in which I also do in-home euthanasia services for those that need it or want it, for the small animal people. I've owned for a short period a mixed animal practice and then went back ambulatory, which probably was a very good thing because then I don't have to pay someone to sit at the front desk and answer the phones from 8 to 6. I do general practice, some dentistry, a lot of lameness, and a lot of internal medicine. I live in Meadville, Texas. I used to live in Missouri City, Texas, which is just 30 miles away. But now all the barns, except for maybe 2 in Missouri City, are closed. And soon, all the property in Meadville will be subdivisions as well. And then I might have to find someplace else to move to. I've been on this board since 2016. So I've got to see this process with Sunset 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 times. And I'm looking forward to all the things TDLR can do to assist our agency to get things like a new software system and make sure that our financials are in order.
So I'm the longest serving member of the Board of Veterinary Medicine. And the reason I am is because I had 2 St. Bernards. That's the truth. Teresa Spears was Governor Perry's appointments person. I know Teresa. And Governor Perry was upset because there was no lawyer, I'm a lawyer, on the Board of Veterinary Medicine. He said, do you know a single lawyer that loves animals? And, Teresa told him, you don't know him, Keith Pardue, he has 2 St. Bernards. Put him on the board. That's what happened. So, and I do love animals, I do. And right now I have a St. Bernard and I have a St. Berdoodle, which is half St. Bernard and half poodle. She's 18 weeks old and weighs 50 pounds. She'll be about 150 when she's done. She's a beautiful dog. So I grew up in Port Arthur, Texas, delivered Janice Joplin's newspaper. Most of you are too young to know who that is, but me and Bobby McGee is one of her songs. Delivered her newspaper. I've been married 49 years. Next year is our 50th wedding anniversary. Some of you are not 50 years old, probably. So we have 5 children. We had 4 daughters, 1 son. We have 11 grandchildren. God has a sense of humor because we have 8 boys and 3 girls. It's like, okay, you had the girls, now you get the boys. So, it's fun. I love this board and what they do. I'm very appreciative, particularly of the veterinarians on here and the public members as well, because it takes all of us. And I'm excited. One of the first people that talked to me was Mike, and he basically said, we're here to make y'all better. We want to get a divorce. I thought that was really good. Anyway, we're here to work with you, and we appreciate what you're doing. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brittany Sharkey. I think I've met most of you. I'm the executive director, so I'm the one that actually gets paid to be here, unlike these fine folks that it is my fine privilege and honor to work with. Not a native Texan, got here as quickly as I could. I don't think you get quite the same reaction for saying that you're an NYU Fighting Violet. I'll try. It's got a chuckle. We'll take that. But I've been the ED of this agency for just over a year, and it's been a great experience working with everyone so far. And Mike telling me that he wants to divorce us is the nicest rejection I've ever gotten. I look forward to continuing this great relationship.
Yeah, it's funny because Brittany and I, in our conversation that we had, we knew that we had a arranged marriage and an arranged divorce.
Yes.
And so I mentioned that to the chairman. He's like, yeah, you probably don't want to be saying that. I tried to exclude it from my conversation piece, but it does draw chuckles. So we want to go ahead and do that.
It does. Conscious uncoupling, I think we've decided to rename it.
That's right. I think in the meeting we had last week, it was referred to as conscious uncoupling.
We're gonna go the
So
the
we're
Gwyneth
gonna refer to
Paltrow.
that now as opposed to divorce. It'd be a conscious uncoupling on August 31 of 2037.
Well, this being veterinary medicine,
27.
this being veterinary medicine, we appreciate you didn't say amputation.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank y'all for entertaining that. I just wanted to take a little bit of time to do this because we understand that as we work together, relationships matter. And the more personal we get to know each other and get on the first name basis, we know we're going to be able to have those conversations and work through that. And I want y'all to know that this entire board is committed to that. And so thank you for allowing that.
Thank you for suggesting it.
Yeah.
We are too. It's really, it's wonderful. It's just one of many realizations that I think will come, and it's something important you just said. By the nature of your work, you used to work with obviously animals, but also the people behind them. And it necessitates this conversation and this getting to know you and this back and forth, and it's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, next up is regulatory services, and we have Christina Kaiser.
Dr. Delta, if you don't mind, I'm gonna make a recommendation. We're about 10 minutes ahead of schedule. So can we use the 10 minutes for a bio break for everybody to be?
He
able to-
read your mind.
Yeah, and so we'll do that and come back and be able to start back up. again.
That's her.
Thank
Recess
you.
for 10 minutes.
Very much appreciated.
Introduce one member of our team. I won't make him say a lot, but we have Mike Tacker in the back of the room. He's our lead investigator and has been with us. Does a great job. So Mike, thanks for being here. I'm trying to hide.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay. Next up, we have Regulatory Services, Christina Kaiser.
So good morning, Mr. Chairman and board members. I'm Christina Kaiser. I'm the Senior Deputy Executive Director here at TDLR. And my primary areas of responsibility are regulatory services as well as information technology. So I have the privilege of overseeing 5 divisions of the agency that make up more than 300 employees in the agency. The divisions that I oversee are the 3 regulatory ones, and I'm going to ask the 3 regulatory divisions please to come forward to the table first. Those are the Enforcement Division, the Field Inspections Division, and the Compliance Division. And as their names suggest, and as you kind of maybe picked up from some of the earlier presentations, our employees are organized functionally at TDLR. Each division represents a function of the agency. Of course, licensing division handles licensing for all of the programs that we regulate. Similarly, the enforcement division handles complaint investigations and criminal background checks for all of the programs that we regulate. So that's kind of how we're organized at TDLR. I like to encourage our employees to see themselves in the mission of the agency. And in fact, these divisions can even see themselves in the name of the agency, the Department of Licensing and Regulation. This is regulation sitting right here in front of you. Just a few words about myself. I've been with TDLR for 23 years. For 17 of those years, I was the director of the Enforcement Division. So I had the privilege of sort of being the architect of some of the stuff that Ron's going to talk to you about. I've been in the executive office since 2019. And I can't believe it's been that long because it feels like yesterday that I joined the executive office. One of my sort of special assignments that I've had for the last couple of years has been overseeing TDLR's implementation of our own sunset requirements. You know, TDLR went through sunset and our sunset bill passed not this last session, but the session before in 2021. And we had something in the neighborhood of 40 or 50 recommendations that we had to implement. That included statutory change recommendations, some of those that Angie mentioned to you earlier, as well as management action recommendations. Some of those are still in the works now. I'm happy to say that there are 3 things, only 3 out of all those 50 plus that we're still working on, but they're things that kind of have broad impact. But that's been a project that I've been very proud of and very privileged to have led with this fine group of folks. So I'm going to yield the floor to the 3 representatives of the regulatory divisions and let them tell you more about themselves.
All right. Well, good morning, board members. My name is Fernando Reyes. I am the South Region Manager with the Field Inspections Division. And I'll be giving you our division overview this morning. Currently, we do not have our Director of Field Inspection is a vacant position right now. So they are interviewing for that position. So if you have any questions, Christina Kaiser will be available. She's my director at this time. So we start off with our who we are. The Field Inspections Division is the face of TDLR. We're the boots on the ground. We perform on-site and virtual inspections to ensure these regulated industries operate in a safe and ethical manner with an overall goal of achieving compliance. The division is committed to performing fair, thorough, and timely inspections. We're organized into 4 regions and 1 analytics team that supports us out in the field. What we do. Field inspection staff performs on-site and virtual inspections. We have components of those inspections, which are pre-license, risk-based inspections, and periodic inspections. In response to the legislative action and direction from the Sunset Commission, the Field Inspections Division has implemented a risk-based inspections for barbering and cosmetology, driver education, massage therapy, orthotics, prosthetics, vehicle storage facilities, and used auto parts recyclers. In addition, field inspection staff educate business owners, licensees, and the public for compliance-related issues. And I said again, the divisions that we inspect, the license types are, of course, all of those 8 programs that we have an inspection function in. The last one is actually a 911 mold remediation project, which we are right now currently oversee third-party inspections in that program. So how do we do it? Well, we have our unique individuals that are skillful in communication, our inspectors. Inspectors are cross-trained to perform inspections for multiple programs. All 8 of these programs have an inspection function, and we have our inspectors who are cross-trained in each one of those programs to do these inspections. Inspections can range from just a quick on-site visit to documenting, auditing paperwork, reviewing physical equipment requirements, things like that. On average, each program consists of about 5 weeks in length of training. This is dependent upon an individual's progress and understanding of the material and application of the rules and laws in those programs. Staff complete administrative duties from their home office or field office and perform inspections several days a week. Usually on given any work week, Monday is usually a sort of an admin day. Inspectors will go home, write any reports they need to, make any calls, participate in any training. The rest of the 4 days, they're out in the field doing inspections, one after the other. Support and analytics and training team monitors workload performance, performs special inspections, develops and conducts training, supports implementation of new technology for inspections, and provides general support to ensure the success of our division. Inspectors are trained to identify and report signs of human trafficking. Field inspectors have a unique opportunity to make on-the-ground observations, offer assistance, and report suspected human trafficking. These reports are our priority, so we take these very seriously, and we instruct our inspectors to report any signs of human trafficking within 24 hours maximum. Usually it's a lot before that, a lot of time before that. The division may provide educational presentations and information to licensees, consumers, and municipal offices. We're often asked to participate in formal industry gatherings to support and answer questions regarding inspections and programs we inspect. And so the last part of this, of my overview, just gives you a quick glimpse at how many inspections we've completed. This is just through fiscal year 2023 in July, 15,370 inspections that we've completed. In fiscal year 2022, 26,510 inspections. So we're kind of almost getting there at the end of that cycle. And that's around 20,000 average for the last 3 fiscal years. The last part is the regional map, and I think you guys have a copy of it. So our inspectors are broken up into several regions. Like I said, Central Region has 6 inspectors. I myself oversee 6 inspectors in the South Region. There's an East Region manager who has 11 inspectors, and the North Region has 9, which covers DFW, all of North Texas. So at some point, our inspectors have touched each 254 counties in Texas. We've either gone there to inspect one program, whether it be a used auto parts recycler out in the middle of nowhere, or a vehicle storage facility. Like I said, we also regulate licensed dog and cat breeders, so we do those inspections as well. Currently, in the last quarter of last year, we had 133 licensees in that program. For that program is very specific. We do pre-license inspections for those as well, meaning that they have to get an inspection, pass an inspection before they even get licensed with us. So we're part of that process as well. Anything in there, we refer and into our enforcement division if we find any violations in those programs. And that concludes my report. You guys have any questions?
How many inspectors do you have? That's a lot of inspections.
Currently, we have 32 inspectors.
Okay, well, that's amazing.
And not all of those inspectors inspect every program, every one of the 9 programs that we have. So they are trained on their specific ability to understand that program, to comprehend the material, and to apply it correctly.
Since you brought it up, I'm curious about the licensed dog and cat breeding facilities.
Yes, ma'am.
is there a law that requires breeders to be licensed?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
And if breeders aren't licensed, and I know there are a lot of them, what do you do?
Well, let me back up a bit. So there is a law that requires breeders to be licensed, but there's also defined as what that license is. This last legislative session, there was a change. There was a big change in the breeder program. So before, it had to be 11 intact females and sell 20 or more dogs or cats per licensed calendar year. That was the definition of requiring licensure. Now it is 5 or more intact females with the intent to sell dogs. Doesn't leave a number, that was left off, but it's just with the intent right now to sell animals, dogs or cats. So we go by that definition, and anybody breeding in Texas who sells 5 or more intact females with the intent of selling those dogs needs to be licensed with TDLR.
And
Sorry, can I add one little caveat?
Yes.
To your excellent answer? Unless there are exceptions.
Yes.
The most important thing I tell anyone who's learning about our agency or just about regulation in general, you know, we talk a lot, we have 37 programs, we have 37 programs. And really, if you step back, what that means is that there are different chapters. If we could line up all the statutes, there's different chapters that talk about what we regulate. And everyone has 2 common elements, every single program. Definitions, what is it? Exceptions, what isn't it?
Yeah.
There are exceptions for dogs used for hunting. There are exceptions for dogs used in livestock. There are exceptions for dogs who are in show trials for competition. That's part of the new one. In addition to that number change, there was other changes to the law. So just because if you're breeding dogs and you're selling them for hunting dogs, you're not subject to our law. And then it gets even further with the number, you know, as Fernando explained, the numbers used to be different, and there are 2 numbers. How many intact females do you have used for breeding to sell dogs? Not just intact females, but actually used for breeding, and how many sales per year? That second part's gone, but the exemptions are still there. So it's again, we just need to make sure that we understand each scenario to determine whether or not someone is in violation. And I'll let Fernando go because I know he knows all this stuff better than I do afterwards, but people file a complaint, and that's where Ron's team comes in, is to investigate that complaint and say, okay, here's the law, what it says, what is this complaint saying? Let's look into it.
Right.
Thanks.
So typically when we see something like that, we have a process where we document evidence, write the report, we refer it to enforcement. Enforcement reviews our case every single time. So, and they determine the outcome of that case. So an inspector doesn't have discretion in that sense to determine any sort of outcome. It's really a snapshot in time when they're there to record their findings and then to present it to enforcement and they can look at it.
Question, you said you use technology in your inspections. Do you have technology that is useful, that is speeding up your inspection time? So
Yeah, so recently we went to our e-inspections process, and this is a relatively new process that we do now. We've had the ability to work with Microsoft to develop a sort of mobile app to do our inspections on site. An inspector can quickly document the inspection, list the violation with a picker, date, where they're at, it automatically populates, and then it sends it into a queue, that inspector's queue, if there's violations found. If there's no violations found, then the inspection is already is done at that point. But an important part of that is that simultaneously, and when an inspector finishes that inspection, regardless if there's violations, that proof of inspection gets sent to that licensee by email. So that licensee has a copy of what the inspector's findings are at that point. If there's violations, it sends it into a queue where that inspector gathers the evidence, creates the report, and then submits it to his or her supervisor, and then the supervisor will submit it to the enforcement division.
is that something that can be tailored to us? Is it specific to TDLR, or can it be used by the board, or I don't know if that's transferable in some way, or that's a great process.
Yeah, I don't know if it can be. I know that it has a multitude of avenues to do different things in it. And we've already set it up to add, as we get programs, we get bigger, we can add programs and we can add violations into it. But for the things that we needed to do right now. So I'm not sure if it's gonna get bigger or not.
Well, thank you, that's great information.
So I'm really curious, because this is a passion point of mine in serving on the board. You've got Lubbock, Comanche, and El Paso, but basically west of I-35, it looks like you have 3 inspectors total.
Right.
So from our perspective and kind of the dynamics of rural Texas, large animals, especially up in the Panhandle, and in the High Plains, you know, have y'all seen processes and procedures that you've implemented to also serve that side of the state? Whereas the presence of staff doesn't seem to be there.
Yeah, so, and when I talk about when inspectors are cross-trained, so we have a bunch of inspectors who are cross-trained in different programs, and they'll either go out to assist those other inspectors who maybe have fallen behind or in inspections or something like that. They will go out there and help those inspectors in those rural areas where there's not somebody there. We also have inspectors who travel far distances. Inspectors understand that they need to, that's their job, to travel distances every day to get in the vehicle and go. And it takes a certain individual to do that. Self-motivation is really key in this profession. And we try to supply and support our inspectors as much as possible with the resources that they need, the technology, so we get that job done. But that some of those things we have to consider when we're doing those inspections. And like the 3 people that we have out there in West Texas, we have to look at how many licenses are in that area, licensees, how many can they get to, and when those inspections are due, because we work off a risk-based cycle. So not every inspection is due at the same time. So that gives us the help to get those inspections done when they're come due and get them out of the way.
And you think from a departmental perspective, the financials of travel versus say hiring someone in Dalhart, hiring someone in Midland, like from an economic perspective from the agency, that's been more beneficial?
Yes, the risk-based, because it narrows down on those bad actors, which is what we want to do, or those people that we need to come into compliance, right? And who are constantly, we go out there and we visit them more frequently. The other folks is we don't visit them quite as often, right? So we're concentrating on getting those folks into compliance, and that's our goal, is to get them into compliance. So I would say yes, the way we set up the system with the risk-based, yes, it does do that.
Thank you.
So how do you do your remote? What modalities are you using to determine what office space or product or safety concern looks like?
I'm not sure I understand.
So if I'm sitting here and I'm inspecting the office 4 doors down,
Okay.
how do I know what they're doing 4 doors down?
So I think you're talking about our virtual inspection,
Right.
so to speak. Okay. So virtual inspection is relatively new. We did have sort of forced into creating it because of COVID, right? And so it helped us out tremendously in that respect because we were able to really narrow down exactly what we needed to do, how we needed to instruct folks over, let's say, FaceTime, right? We had to reach out to those folks and talk about, okay, do you understand about FaceTime? Can you work your phone? What kind of phone do you have? Okay, you meet all these sort of requirements and we've gone through them. Now let's try it, right? And so we went through, we created a process to where meticulously an inspector will go from point to point to point to point, and they will mirror their inspection, their process. We've written it down and to say, okay, now I need you as the individual to show me this, to show me this, to review this. Now, there's some instances where they send us documentation, records, so to speak, and they can send those records to us. We can review those records there. Or if there's some additional records we want to see, we'll ask them for those and then we'll communicate that way. There may be a process where we'll review the records before the inspection and just do the physical part of it. Or we can do pretty much everything through virtual. Not all programs are going to get a virtual inspection. I can say that right now. Some of our programs, there's just no way you can do it virtual. And we will go out there and do those inspections. So I think we've tailored it to the programs that we can do it in. But I said not all of them have that virtual option.
Dr. Bill on board, I would tell you also is a little tidbit of information, the You notice that on here, it says our division director is a vacant position, that the former director of field inspection is now the executive director of the septic commission. So I'm not saying it's gonna help, but it's definitely not gonna hurt. So if everybody's watching, then you heard what I said.
There's that relationship word again.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you, Fernando. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Who's next?
So my name is Charlotte Melder. I am the director of the compliance division. And a little bit about me, I was a prosecutor in the enforcement division for 10 years under Christina, before promoting to this position, which I absolutely love. The division is quite large. We have 79.7 people. We've been trying to get that 0.7 for a very long time. It's not happened in my tenure, but there's still hope that we can fill that position. We are the specialists. The staff in this division are the specialists for all of the programs. So I was just told by Tony that you all in the last session were given a veterinarian position. So I think that that position might be similar to what some of our staff does. My passion in life is to improve processes and procedures and to streamline things. I'm very detail oriented, so I'm excited about working with you all. I'm on the enforcement team as well, so I can't wait to everything to kick off and start looking at different things. What we do particularly in our division right now is tailored towards the program that we are working with. And so it's very different within the division across what we do. So we regulate 37 as an agency. About 32 of those are the SME, the subject matter expert, is going to be housed in the compliance division. So I wanted to give you some examples of what the tailor it to the program means. So for combative sports, all MMA, boxing events that are sanctioned in the state of Texas are run by a group of 7 or 8 people. We have one person ringside collecting the judges' scores, putting them into the thing. We hand out the checks. We have contractors that we hire to go in the locker rooms, make sure that the hands are wrapped properly. We approve the matchups. We have a person who does all of that and schedule everything for all combative sports within the state of Texas. So that is one group. And then you have another group, like our air conditioning professionals and our electricians. There's only 2 in each of those. We've got a chief electrical inspector and air conditioning. They do mostly outreach. They are on national boards. They sit and they help write the actual technical requirements for the law. They travel the state, they travel the United States, making presentations, making sure people are doing what they should be doing. They also answer a lot of questions and emails for people out there on the scene saying, what do I do in this situation? Enforcement refers cases to them where they need an expert to go out and look at some wiring in a building or something. So they'll go do that investigation, inspection, we call it a technical inspection, and write that report and send it on over to enforcement. You have our motor fuel metering and quality group. They look for skimmers that are on fuel pumps. They also go out and look for fuel quality and fuel quantity at gas stations throughout the state of Texas. And they work with our FCIC, the Financial Crimes Investigation Center, that may have been mentioned before, where it's something that we are working with to stop people stealing credit card information throughout the state of Texas. We have a whole group that is mostly health and wellness. So you've got all of the athletic trainers, behavioral analysts, dietitians, et cetera. That group goes out, again, does a lot of speeches, presentations, answers questions, looks at license information that comes in to determine if they actually meet the requirements for this class that they took to be able to get the license. So we work with licensing, we work closely with field inspections and enforcement. And the last one I'll bring up is water well drillers and pump installers. We have 3 people who go out throughout the entire state of Texas. They alternate where they're going to go. There's an abandoned well database that people in the state of Texas can enter information into and they go check it out. There's a statutory requirement to send notice to the owner. a lot of ownership research that is done in our division to try to figure out who the owner is now. They go see if they can find the abandoned or deteriorated well, send the notices, and then we eventually refer them to enforcement if we cannot bring them into compliance. And that is a huge part of what our division does, is we try to bring people into compliance. We try not to refer anything to enforcement. We really do. We end up sending a lot, but we try really hard to get people to come into compliance. So that is the hot, fast overview of the division, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Impressive.
Oh, thank you. I'm very proud of everyone.
Dr. Gill, a couple of other things I wanted to kind of bring out, Charlotte mentioned FCIC, which is the Financial Crime Intelligence Center. They were passed in the 87th session. They finally got up to speed about January of 22, and we got recent numbers, but to date, from January 22 to the end of August, they have fraud aversion of 165 million in the state of Texas, so they've averted fraud in that financial crime intelligence. They're being used by a lot of different law enforcement agencies. They've now been tapped into by some federal agencies to assist in some fraud aversion. So, we have some stuff on our website. We invite everybody to go out and take a look. That, you always need to be looking for skimmers, looking for overlays on your keypads that you have, not only on the gas pump, but ATM machines, but the machines that are located inside the store, those type of things. It's amazing how they do that, but they also have, they have the ability also to, in the skimmer process, to be able to regulate. Actually, they avert the regulation of the. Trying to think what it is, but inside what calculates the gallons being pumped out, they can stop that. And so they do that, and there's been stories of somebody going in and taking 800 gallons and only paying like $50 for some diesel because they're able to do that. So that's one thing that we're pretty proud of and working with. They're located over in Tyler, Texas. So that's where the Financial Crime Intelligence Center is at. The other thing I wanted to mention real quickly is you notice that on the last page that you have for barber, cosmetology, and massage therapist, that is another area that we focus some attention to because of human trafficking. We have an initiative for human trafficking that we find in those particular industries. And we actually have a anti-trafficking unit team that's now comprised in Charlotte's group with the health profession. I'm sorry, not the health professions, in the.
It is in the health
Profession, okay. So that's where it's at. So we now have them there. They also serve as subject matter experts, working with our inspectors and our investigators to detect human trafficking indicators when they go out to massage therapy locations or maybe cosmetology, barber locations that they do that also. So we've got a huge initiative also that we work in for our human trafficking effort also. We were just appropriated 10 additional FTEs out of this last session to help us combat human trafficking. And we've taken those FTEs and spread them out through the agency where we've been able to beef up some enforcement and also in field inspection, but various parts of the agency. So we have a huge initiative also to help combat human trafficking.
Mike, with the breadcrumbs, a question, do y'all have police enforcement capability in y'all?
We're strictly administrative. We work with law enforcement agencies regularly. I think that's one of the things that we have really begun to start developing and enhancing more so is working with law enforcement agencies and other state agencies as well. We're part of a task group that comes out of the AG's office that we work with, and governor's office. We work hand in hand with them. We work with a lot of non-governmental organizations, NGOs, to do that, but our primary function is administrative. But we can't do what we do without having that partnership with law enforcement.
Yeah, especially in the trafficking area, I would think.
Yeah.
And to say that the trafficking group, we came to my division last week.
Yes.
So that's why they are not included in the report. I apologize for that.
Well, I have two questions. One is semi-on topic and one I'm just curious because you brought it up.
Okay.
So you will probably, I'm guessing, look into partnering with the DEA for inspections and compliance then, because veterinarians deal with a lot of scheduled drugs.
Okay.
And so it's just a question. I see your eyebrows wrinkled and you're like, what are you talking about?
Currently do that?
We do.
We my division does not currently do that.
Right.
But yes,
It was a
that is
question.
something
Would
I'm
that be
very,
something you're looking into doing?
absolutely we will. We haven't had a meeting yet, so we haven't planned that out, but I'm very open to it, so that would be wonderful.
I'm sure working with our director of enforcement, you'll get a lot of
Yes.
that information.
Yeah, because veterinarians have morphine in their, not all, but some do, morphine in their clinics. I've seen in my years on the board, we had a veterinarian die because of that.
I'm highly allergic to morphine, so that's interesting to know.
Well, because it's there in the clinic, it's available for, have to keep it locked up and all that. But yeah, it's drugs isn't a big issue.
It's not something I had looked at all, and
Yeah.
as soon as I get back to my desk.
Well, and I think it's so important for us to, in this relationship, develop tools for our board on how to foster good relationships with local DAs and things like that, because to some extent, we have things that are horrible, and you turn it over to a DA and they're like, hi, I just had 37 murders. You're like low on totem pole, right?
Oh, we know.
But we have an unlicensed person who is doing horrible things to animals, but the public sees it as, oh, well, that's a vet clinic. But how do we effectively, if we don't have the law enforcement side within our agency, how do we partner with agencies and do that in an effective manner?
And that is something that our subject matter experts do on a regular daily basis. We had a industrialized housing and building case where there was fraud involved, and it was quite extensive. And the person who is in charge of that knew someone that they could take that to, got the case open, got a warrant issued within a week, and got the situation handled. So everybody within the division has contacts who have contacts. We make presentations. It's definitely have to have that relationship built so that when something like that happens, you can act immediately.
Very excited about that. Thank you.
My other question, totally off subject, but you brought it up, so I'm curious. Abandoned wells.
Yes.
So can you just kind of explain that, just a couple of minutes, explain it and why you're looking at abandoned wells? If someone's got a house and the house has a well and a septic and they move out and the well is technically abandoned, what is the problem?
So I couldn't tell you off the top of my head the actual definition of an abandoned or deteriorated well, but I don't think it's somebody moving out of a house. What primarily we see is an empty field where there's a hole that has been drilled. And in my, watching TV as a child, you expect a well to be very large. You could fall down it and all that. They're mostly just tubes that stick up out of the ground. It's not a big, open situation, but sometimes it is.
So it's water or petroleum of some description?
It's always water.
Just water.
It's extremely prevalent in my neck of the woods, where farmers and ranchers would just drill wells and maybe not get them permitted with the water district or something. But to some extent, sometimes the infrastructure around the well is so bad that if you walked up to that well, you could potentially fall in a 20-foot hole.
Because they haven't properly impacted around or have the ancillary containment, and they haven't capped them. And that's the problem. There could be problems.
People
with
and
the water.
animals.
Yeah,
We'll
well,
need to seek out on it online.
yes.
It's a great question. And like you said, it gets down to safety. I don't know if you recall, we had a tragedy several months ago. We lost some visitors to our state who were hunting.
Yeah, that's right.
And it wasn't a well, though. That wasn't a well, but yes. Yeah. But still, absolutely.
And that's one of the things that we have. I think there was some technical, originally in our LAR, we had, I think it was like 6 million that was appropriated to us for the Pecos Groundwater District to help cap wells. Finally, that being moved over to TCQ where it belonged. But working, with that is make sure we establish that partnership because of just the contamination of our water source.
Right.
As well, which is a big part of what we need. That's the reason for the capping of the wells, is to not contaminate the water source.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Charlotte, thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon, as it may be. I'm Ron Foster. Good afternoon now. I'm the Director of Enforcement. Welcome to the TDLR team. I think I was given 10 minutes, so I'm at least going to stretch what I say till 7 minutes.
I'm timing you.
I've been at TDLR for about 14 years. I started off as a prosecutor. Charlotte hired me, Kaiser hired me. I've been the director for about 3 years. When Christina got promoted back in 2019, I ended up getting promoted back in 2019 as well. For the Florida fan, I do have a daughter that just started going to Florida State.
Oh, no.
University. I didn't think that would go over too well, but there it is. She did turn down Texas A&M to go to Florida State. Just saying. Things I say sometimes do hurt, and that is part of our motto. That our unofficial motto is that it's supposed to hurt. The official one is "We've got your back." What is on there? That was a Kaiser's creation too, and I still love that. One comment before I get into my presentation about the water wells, because my team does handle some of that too. And we used to work those cases, and it comes to mind that a big part of the problem with the water wells is that the landowners are the ones that are responsible for capping those wells, and they very often don't know what the hell they're doing, or they're having illegal people drill the wells and then they forget about them and they're not properly tracked or marked. So we used to deal with cases that had to deal with that, where the landowner didn't even know they were supposed to do anything to cap the well. And then you'd find out about it years and decades later, maybe when a new property owner purchased the property and they're trying to figure out what to do. So anyway, side comment. Enforcement division consists of a team of very dedicated legal and administrative professionals. They work together to keep Texans safe. That's the way I see our main job. We do that by enforcing the statutes and the rules that apply to each one of the programs assigned to this agency. Our team consists of, at last official count of the previous org chart, it was over 125 point something employees. We're probably going to get a few more because of some of the new programs coming to us. It's been, I think we're actually in the mode already to hire some of those. So our team consists of administrative assistants, legal assistants, investigators, and attorneys. Our division is divided up into sections, which are basically functionally aligned. We have the intake section, the investigation section, and the prosecution section. This also mimics the life cycle of a complaint going through our process. Our intake section consists primarily of legal assistants and administrative assistants. Their job is to review the complaints that are coming in the door to determine at a minimum whether we have jurisdiction, whether the allegations are actionable violations, and whether we can identify the respondent. You might be surprised at how often it's difficult or impossible to jump those 3 hurdles for us to be able to open a case. So once we can cross those 3 hurdles, a case can be opened and assigned to an investigator. Our investigation section consists of investigators. About a third of them are located in Austin, which is about 14 or 15 at last count. The other 2/3 are sprinkled around the state. Of course, in the metropolitan areas, we have higher concentrations of investigators. But just like Fernando, we also have one person that might be carrying a huge region that consists of 15 or 20 counties out in West Texas somewhere, or in Northwest Panhandle, whatever the case may be. The investigators are responsible for developing the facts of the case by interviewing witnesses, gathering documents, seeking evidence however they can. They do on-site investigations. So unlike in Fernando's team does risk-based and periodic inspections, my team does on-site investigations based upon a complaint. So we have to, generally that's the driver for us to go on-site and go somewhere. The conclusion of the investigation is an investigation report. They put that together and that goes into our complaint management system, which is our legal file system. And all of the evidence is in there and it goes to the prosecutor for review. That's part of the complete file that goes in there. Once the prosecution section gets their hands on it, they're the ones that are the attorneys, the legal assistants, the administrative assistants. Every case is being reviewed by a prosecutor. So we had, again, at last count, we had maybe 18 attorneys, and that's probably going to go up a few as well. Every case is looked at by an attorney, reviewed, and a decision is made. The cases can be closed for insufficient evidence. You can issue a warning letter on a case where, there's a violation, but it's a minor type of violation. You can also issue a notice of alleged violation, an NOAV as we call it. And then what happens if you issue an NOAV, it can turn into a contested case, which means that the person receiving the notice of alleged violation doesn't want to settle with us. Okay, so that would be turned into an agreed order, right? Or they could just ignore us, which, okay, you're going to get a default order. Or you can request a hearing and you can disagree with our notice of alleged violation and what we're saying you did. And sometimes it's at that stage, before it doesn't just automatically go to hearing, sometimes at that stage, the person provides additional evidence that maybe we were not aware of. And we can provide that. We can maybe have our investigator go back and gather that evidence and add it to the case file. Anyway, the prosecutor tried to get a complete look at that case and all the evidence. And if we're still comfortable with where that NOAV is, we'll set it for hearing at the State Office of Administrative Hearings. Our cases all go to SOA if they're contested, and the administrative law judge will issue a proposal for decision in our cases. And so eventually the prosecutor is presenting that case to the SOA judge, and then they also present that case in front of our commissioners. And our commissioners will make the final decision on a contested case. So our division also, I talked a lot just now about the consumer complaint type of cases, but I'm going to go into some of the other sources of complaints. So we have what we call consumer complaint cases, but that also includes other government agencies reporting to us. Law enforcement actually sends us quite a bit of reports and stuff, and for example, in massage and in some other programs where they're doing their thing and they see that it's something we regulate, they'll send it to enforcement so that we can take administrative action. We also get reports from industry people. People like to tattletale on each other, and thank God for that. So we get those cases, and then we have our other divisions that try best as they might. They still send us cases, and we are appreciative of that. They come from field inspections, from E&E, from compliance, from wherever a violation might be seen. And sometimes it's just something we see in the news, and we're aware of it. And then TILA might be the point of contact on that and say, hey, there was something that came up right here. We need to look into it. And that's enough for us to start looking into it and open up a case and take action. So the other big group of cases we have, it was mentioned earlier as well, was the criminal history cases. We do all of the criminal history review. So whenever you apply for a license or you seek to renew a license, you go through the criminal history review process. For some people, that's simply a DPS review, which is a state review. And for others that we require fingerprints, it depends upon the program. We do the FBI, full FBI check on the, where we get that national review of them. We process those criminal history cases, and again, our prosecutors are the one that make the determination of whether to issue that license ultimately or to deny the license. And if it gets contested, it goes through that SOA process I described. Our teams, of course, with 37, 38 programs, our teams work in smaller teams. We have a building and mechanical team, a health professions team. We have a beauty and wellness team. So we have teams that deal with particular programs, usually in groups of 4 or 5. Yours probably fits best with our health-related programs, but we have attorneys that are assigned in groups. It could be 2, 3, it could be 1, depending upon however many cases we have for that. But every attorney is working with a legal assistant and matched up to a legal assistant to help review and manage the caseloads. So one of the keys to our success that's mentioned in that document you've got is trying to be consistent in how we perform our duties. Those are our processes and procedures that we have in place. So I've listed a few of the documents that really are guiding lights for everyone. We have our complaint resolution procedures manual, which it's 100+ page document with a bunch of appendices added onto it because it includes pretty much every process. As Charlotte said, she likes processes too much, and she was in prosecution way too long. She created a bunch of processes. Kaiser made a bunch of processes. We got all these processes, and we love them because we try to keep everyone on track. We use that for training our new employees. And also it's there as a reference all the time. So, and we constantly have to update it when things change. You know, when you get new duties or new program, you have to update your procedures. We have an enforcement plan. It's not really one plan, it's a multitude of plans because there's it's also, that's the penalty matrix is another way of calling that. That's where you set out the violations and the penalty ranges and the sanctions that might happen, like a license suspension or revocation that might happen from a particular violation. We do an enforcement plan for every one of our programs, and we usually run that through the advisory board. And even ultimately, the commission will approve of those enforcement plans that we have in place. We have criminal conviction guidelines, which is very similar. It lays out all of the convictions that can be the basis for denying or revoking a license. And so we go case by case, you know, program by program. We look at what that person or professional is doing, and we will include within the broad categories within the criminal conviction guidelines that dictate if that person does something along this line, we can deny that, we can seek denial of the license. We don't list out the individual crimes because there's too many of them, and every state calls them something different. So we use broad categories on that, but that's how we do it. The last thing I listed on there is the complaint prioritization schedules, which is relatively new for us. The complaint prioritization schedule is a direction we got from the Sunset Commission to try to prioritize our complaints, because we get thousands and thousands of complaints and we have limited resources on how we can, you know, address those concerns that come to us. So we basically have to triage them, and the ones that are less, not that they're not important, but less important than other ones, they might end up getting closed or get put on the back burner while we proceed with the ones that are more higher priority. We typically base priority on significant health and safety issues that might be present, dangers that might be present, and significant financial loss or risk of financial loss that could be present. So depending upon the program, you might have more of one than the other. You know, so let's see. There's also in your packet a flow chart. If you're the type of person that likes to see a visualization of the complaint process, it kind of shows you step by step what our process for a consumer complaint might look like as you go through it. The last thing I'd point your attention to is kind of a sampling of some of the statistics. We have pages of statistics I could share with you, but there's a brief sampling of them. We got our performance measures, which are the main ones that go to the LBD, and you know, exec and the governor's office always seem to have attention on those. Then you have other statistics such as the number of agreed orders. You can look at that and see how many agreed orders. We usually do quite a few agreed orders. Most people, we focus on the serious cases. People know we got the goods on them, they got the evidence on them, and you know, they're not gonna argue about it. And then you got some crazy people that always want to go and argue, and you go to court on those people. We assess penalties. You can see the trend, $2.5, $2.8 million. You know how collections is always a challenge, so we don't collect it. We send it to the AG's office if it's over a certain dollar amount. I think it's 5,000. Otherwise, we might use a debt collector that we work with. Our GC will do that. Anyway, that's a kind of overview of what enforcement does. I'm looking forward to working with you. I was going to just head off one of the questions I expect to have, which is what are we going to do? I know you're asking that question. So what are we going to do? I'm telling you what you're going to see is if Weaver, the auditor, comes to talk with you and gives you an honest assessment of what your processes are, like they've done to me, you're going to see things that you need to improve on, and you're going to be able to target, laser focus, and fix those things. And that's what I'm hoping to see, that report from Weaver on your team on what you're doing. I can't tell you what you're doing right or wrong, or if there's even any problem. I don't know exactly what's going on, but our team is going to be available to assist you, to talk with your team, to collaborate with your team. I'm a big advocate of that. And I think when you get an audit done and we can really laser focus on what your problems are, then we can really bring resources to bear on it. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
I just want to say I'm extremely excited about this part as an attorney, like totally understanding that certain governmental attorneys can be kind of more conservative, more liberal, how you approach the council management of enforcement and regulation. And I think Mr. Hargis, has done an amazing job at the vet board, coming on, drinking from a fire hose. One thing that we as a board, don't get a lot of high fives on is we are tackling cases like crazy, yet we have so many more coming in. And so from my perspective as an attorney, I mean, I'm just starring right here, the complaint procedures manual, the complaint prioritization schedule. And that was one of the first things when Mr. Hargis came on. I was like, Mr. Hargis, I need you to rank high, medium, low, because we gotta tackle the highs. Like, we can't sit here and have a full day of ICs where it's dismiss.
Yeah.
I mean, like, you need to use our time. And so I think things like this I'm so excited about, especially for our legal division, to have these tools in the toolbox. How can we look at these from a legal perspective to effectively enforce where we need to be enforcing?
Absolutely. And whether you have one person or a team of 40, the fact of the matter is you're going to have limited resources compared to what comes into the door. And you're going to have to make difficult judgment calls, which people are not going to like. I always say everybody hates enforcement because either the complainant complaining that we didn't do enough or the respondent complaining that we did too much.
Right.
Our job is to keep people safe. And that's what I believe. That's what my team believes. And that's what we're trying to do. You may disagree and you're welcome to apply and come join our team. And we can get you on board. But at this, we got work to do and we got to make tough decisions on how we do it.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
Look, I'll tell you that one of the things that Ron and his team has to do is they have to disseminate between complaints and complaining. It's a bit different because, somebody may call and have a legitimate complaint about maybe some health-related issues, health safety, things that may be occurring in a barbershop or cosmetology that we need to go out and check into, and then maybe somebody just simply saying, I got a bad haircut. So our response is, well, go find another barber and cut your hair. So, I mean, that's one of the things I think that the intake in Ron's division has to be able to kind of disseminate between the two and let them do that. So the number of complaints that you see in the stats don't reflect the number of calls that they actually get. So.
Thank you, Ron.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, this is Christina Kaiser again. I would like to, at this time, invite my other two divisions to come forward and speak with you. That is the Information Technology Division and the Information Security Division.
What, you're gonna let me go first? Yes. You're on the list first. I know, your security. Good afternoon, I'm John Fowler, I'm the Chief Information Officer for TDLR. I've only been here for less than 2 years, so I can spell TDLR, but I can't spell licensing. I was thinking about it, I grew up in Lubbock, so I'm a Raider at heart, but I did graduate from UT, so.
God bless you.
But I did have animals all my life. When I was thinking about it, I've always had dogs, cats. Adult life, I've had goats, chicken, rabbits. So, I have in your materials you can see basically IT. We have two major divisions. I have an infrastructure team. They're small, they're dedicated, but they're really effective. They manage over probably about 1,000 different devices. If you started adding everything up, from desktops to laptops to phones, all the things that we take for granted in our daily lives until they don't work.
Yes.
and then it turns into a major disruption. That team is also specifically integral to managing TDLR's relationship with the data center. If you guys aren't familiar with that, it's an aggregation or an aggravation, depending on how you want to look at it, of a group of companies that's outsourced data center that the Department of Information resources manage, and they outsource that to a certain number of companies. There's about 5 or 6 that are currently involved. That's where the majority of our large technical assets in terms of servers and our infrastructure, that's where they reside. And those vendors maintain that. My infrastructure team manages the relationship with the data center, which is a sine wave. It's up and down. It's good and bad. On the other side, I have a software development teams that support the systems. And the one thing that I've always told people about TDLR versus most of the other agencies that exist in Texas, because of the breadth of the licensing programs that TDLR supports, it's slightly different. From an IT perspective, it's very different. as the agency has grown through legislative action over the years, as they have moved programs to TDLR rather than converting those systems from the other agencies that were moved to TDLR, the agency adopted those systems. And so OAG and child support, they have one child support system. For 17 years before being here, I was at the Texas Workforce Commission running the unemployment system. It one unemployment system. TDLR, when I started 2 years ago, had 9 licensing systems. And many of those licensing systems are on technologies that are essentially dead. They're no longer supported. And we are, in my short tenure here, we have been fixated on attempts on trying to figure out how to modernize that. In this last legislative session, we sought $32.9 million and as an exceptional item, and we were granted or funded that request. So one of our agency's number one priority is to procure a modern licensing system and to consolidate our infrastructure and processing needs so that I can help all the business divisions that you've been hearing from, help make them more efficient and provide services in a consistent manner, as well as improve our ability to support those systems. So it's hard to do that on antiquated systems. And I'm trying not to stand between you and lunch, so.
Well, I think this board recognizes that our number one identified need is our database, and we're looking forward to all the resources so we can move forward. We're ready to go, and we need that solution yesterday.
Yeah, I've read the DIR report. I was in the meeting earlier this week. And I will say, so my org chart shows 36, it'll actually be 37. I'm in the process of hiring a specific resource just to work on this effort. Probably with the working title of something like solution architect, something along those lines. And so I've been working with a couple different people. That posting should go out within the next 10 days. So that I'll have someone on my team that can specifically be dedicated towards this effort.
So have you managed to identify anything as far as the software package for our agency?
That would be a long conversation. I'd be more than happy to talk to you about it. I don't think we want to talk about it here, but
I was
we
just
can.
wondering if you
But
had identified any.
so yes, there's a company called Gartner, and Gartner is kind of like I don't know, I call them my professors. They like to tell you how things should run. They're not always great about the reality of stuff, but part of what they do is provide consulting services from a market domain space. Licensing is a domain that they actually track. They monitor and track probably 30 to 40 different vendors in this market space, which means there's probably 60 to 80 providing solutions. Out of that, there are probably at least a dozen really good, viable licensing software systems that are out there. But as we discussed in the meeting earlier this week with that Brittany was in, your list may equate to an Escalade, but you might right now only have Honda Accord money. We're going to have to figure that out, prioritize your needs, find a solution that can meet the highest priority items and move. But yes, there are a number. Happy to meet with you guys offline and speak at length about various vendors and software packages in the marketing and the licensing space.
I would tell you that John is not intentionally trying to be evasive. We're going through this right now because we have procured Gartner to help us develop the RFP for our system. So one of the things that I've instituted inside the agency with our director and everyone else, and I mentioned it to our commissioners, is we've gone into what I'm calling a quiet mode, in that we're not talking to any vendors. We're not, visiting with them or anything about that. And the reason is because we want to make sure from the procurement point of the developing the RFP to the point that we award the bid for the licensing system, that it's clean and it's pure. And so that's the reason that he's not saying much, because we're going to be going through this process with your agency. And we want to make sure that from the point that we started to the point that we ended, everything's clean and pure. It just kind of as a point of reference, a few sessions ago, there was some procurement and awarding that was done to a major state agency that they found to be lax and did not have everything in place. So the legislature went back in and they really tightened up the procurement laws. And this is one of them, to make sure that everything's on the up and up. So that's kind of why I'm sure that you probably said, well, John didn't give us any information at all. That's the reason. We're trying to make sure that we keep this, clean and pure in order to ensure that we're obtaining a system that will benefit the vet board. And we want to make sure that we go from start to finish. So definitely can talk to you offline and have that conversation with you individually. But we want to make sure that we're not putting anything out there for the vendors to hear. So vendors, if you're listening, we're not going to tell you anything.
And I did specifically actually meet with our general counsel and procurement people this week to figure out how can we do things while TDLR actually has an active procurement going on, but still do things on your behalf. And we've decided on a mechanism to do that and everything. So we'll be able to do that.
So one more question. You keep referring it to a licensing package. Is that all it's gonna do, or is it gonna do other things that we need?
So my simple mind, when I first came here, that was one of the debates that we actually had. When somebody said licensing, I assumed it meant licensing, and some people mean licensing. I mean it in a global sense in terms of licensing and regulation. There's a number of functions. You have to decide, again, based on, we'll have to prioritize your needs, your budget, and what's out there, and look for a solution that can likely be implemented in an incremental fashion so that you can begin to adopt whatever functions you can afford or take on, both from a resource perspective and a time perspective.
Thank you.
The one thing I want to focus on also that John mentioned is the obtaining and hiring another individual solution architect that he mentioned. That person is going to be pretty much solely responsible for ensuring that whatever system is obtained will work with Brittany and the team over there to ensure that you've got a system that will fill the needs of the agency. And so I mentioned earlier, we received some appropriation. That's part of the money that we're using. We'll bring somebody on staff to make sure that we have somebody that's pretty much dedicated just to this agency to ensure that we get something that's going to be beneficial to you. I mean, I tell you, we're all in, just so you know.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I am keeping you from lunch, so I'm very brief. My name is Josh Coons. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for TDLR. I have been here since April. This is my 7th state agency in my 22 years with the state, mostly doing cybersecurity in one form or another. Before that, I was 6 years in Marine Corps, and before that, I failed out of Southwest Texas because I was more interested in the extracurricular activities in attending class. So I went to the Marine Corps to get straightened out. So that's, so I don't have a, graduated from university story for y'all. My team is rather small. It's myself and 4 analysts, one position which is open right now. So I'm looking to get a posting and hiring here pretty soon. We are split up into 2 functional areas, as the materials indicate. Our strategic side, which is our risk and compliance, deal with policy, process, the administration of our awareness training, and making sure that we stay within the guidelines that the state and any federal oversight has for us. Then we have our threat hunting side. These are the tactical folks that are looking at the alerts, monitoring any incidents, responding to those. Those folks are the registered propeller heads. These are the guys that really enjoy the getting down into the ones and zeros of what's going on in our networks. We have a very good working relationship with both John and Simon, the infrastructure manager, to make sure that or director, to make sure that we have good processes and controls in place to keep the agency safe. I'm not sure that we'll be directly supporting the vet board, as y'all don't have your own IT and security staff. It's based on a cooperative relationship, but we'll be providing guidance and assistance where we can, especially with the purchase of the licensing system. Both John and I have been with the state for quite a while and been with agencies that have done major information resource projects, which is categorized as, and can bring some of that experience to bear to help make sure that we're successful. As Mike pointed out, there are pitfalls. We've been involved in projects that had pitfalls, and it's very discouraging to get all the way down to the 5-yard line and find out that you got to go back to the 1 on the other end of the field to start over again. So that's why trying to make sure that we follow each one of those steps very carefully so that we don't end up with a debunked procurement. And we have once we get to selecting a system, it's very exciting to select a system and you're ready to get going, and then you get something contested or somebody calls out a problem, and then you have to scrap the entire procurement and start over. So we're going to try to help keep y'all out of those kind of pitfalls. Any questions?
I think we're relieved to have your expertise.
And my presentation is specifically vague because unlike everybody else who provided a lot of materials, I can't provide materials in an open meeting. So all of my presentations, when we get down to specifics about the types of vulnerabilities and whatnot, that all happens in closed session, so.
Fair enough.
Trust in this group is what I like to term as a necessary evil. So, he's a guy that whenever you get the email that said that you can now click on here and get your $100 gift card for, a food, and then you click on it and then the bells go off and the sirens are the flashing light. That's Josh in this group. They're telling us, you got caught, you're supposed to be clicking on this email. So that's the necessary evil that I talk about.
Yeah, my primary job is to keep us out of the paper because you do not want to be in the paper for my kind of stuff.
Fair enough. Board members, any questions? Thank y'all very much. So that brings us to lunch. We will start smartly at 1:25, even though we've rolled into a little bit of our lunch hour. We'll start at 1:25. Guaranteed. Get started again, bring us out of our lunch recess, call this back to order. Next on the agenda, we've got the Office of General Counsel, Doug Jennings.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you all for being here today. Really appreciate showing you the best TDLR has to offer, and we look forward to working with you. My name is Doug Jennings. I'm the General Counsel for the agency. I think you've heard some variation of this before, but I'm new to this position. I've been General Counsel for about 2 months now. Been with the agency for 7.5 years, I think last month. Wonderful agency, really happy to see our stars coming out and sharing our personality and our talents with you. And what better way to wake you up after lunch than talking about some law? So, yeah, hey, all right, got your attention. The Office of General Counsel, I like to describe us as a full service law firm, not only for the department, but also for the executive leadership and also for our commission. And you'll see in your little handout what we do, and I'm going to dip into that. We do a lot. We used to have a department, a department slogan that was not, I think it was more than just going through the motions. And I'm trying to figure out how to refine that. Right now we have our fingers in everything, but that sounds a little bit evil. But we are combined. We're a team of 30 full-time employees, about half attorneys, about half legal assistants. And we are specialists and generalists at the same time because the job demands it. One of the things that you need to know about the Office of General Counsel is that on the attorney side, every attorney is assigned to one of our 37 programs. Some of them, because of their size or the complexity of the issues or the number of questions raised, may have 2, sometimes up to 3, depending on the size of the program. For 7.5 years, I was the primary GC counsel for our air conditioning and refrigeration program and our electricians program. A couple of other programs that we brought over in the last couple of legislative sessions, and also combative sports. So that's what I cut my teeth on here at TDLR, some of our larger licensing programs. One of the things that we do in the Office of General Counsel is we work very closely with each division in the agency. There's not a division that we don't interface with routinely. And so one of the things that I expect from our folks, both from legal administrative staff to our attorneys, is that they be very dynamic, that they be collaborative, and that they be leaders, because we have to work we have to take the initiative to work with every division in the agency to make things work, to help with problems, to identify problems. And so that's what we do. Each attorney in my division is assigned to multiple programs, multiple licensing programs, and so they serve as a primary GC contact for questions from any division, ranging from compliance to even in enforcement in some cases. And all of those attorneys provide, they work closely with the advisory boards in each program. So they provide training for the advisory boards. They monitor Open Meetings Act issues during those meetings, things like that. They're also engaged in rulemaking for their specific programs. So every attorney is engaged in rulemaking, and you'll see some of our figures are pretty big, at least in the rulemaking department. And we also rely upon our attorneys to engage in bill drafting and helping with strategic planning for their programs. You'll also see under what we do, we've got a number of things. So all of the attorneys, like I said, have programs, but we do have practice areas as well. And I just made some notes, the ones that came to mind. Got a team of attorneys on a litigation team, contested cases and motions for rehearing, compliance with the Open Meetings Act, contracts and procurement, rulemaking, ethics, legislative matters, bankruptcy, and we have a whole team dedicated to open records or Public Information Act and records management. And so that is where in our practice areas is where we tend to specialize. One of the teams that I've been on for a long time is the contested cases. I'm also the ethics officer for the agency. Those are really interesting to me. And the good thing is it also helps us maintain a good relationship between our division and enforcement. So if there are questions regarding compliance with the APA or something like that, they can always give us a call and we can talk through that scenario and figure out what the best course of action is. I think you've been exposed to Charles Johnson, who is one of the deputy general counsels here, and he has been taking point on the vet board project thus far. and is going to continue to be a key presence as we go through procurement of your potential new licensing system, whatever form that takes. We'll be involved, and in fact, most matters that we will be involved in as an agency, there will be an assistant GC or myself behind. We may not be in the forefront talking to you about that issue, but rest assured that we're being consulted in almost any capacity. Just going to run through some of the specific things that we do. On the rulemaking side, for example, the Office of General Counsel is there from start to finish. We work very closely with our program specialists in compliance and our colleagues in enforcement to give us ideas about where the rules need to go, whether they need to be cleaned up, whether they're inconsistent with our practices, whether there are just good ideas that we can implement. So that's one source of rulemaking. Obviously, the legislature gives us the opportunity every 2 years to engage in rulemaking to make sure our rules are in compliance with the updated laws. And so, like I said, beginning to end, we draft the rules. We work with other divisions in the agency to draft those rules, to refine them over time, make sure that all of the relevant perspectives are included in that process. And we take the ball and run with it. We do everything. We prepare the preambles, we do the publications, we look at comments, we just do the whole thing. And typically we involve our advisory boards at 2 points in the rulemaking process, sometimes 3. For example, let's talk about 3 first. The advisory board could have an idea for a rule that they want us to take and implement. Great, that's our first meeting. We'll bring back a draft for the second meeting that you review. You determine if you want to publish that rule. We then publish, we bring the comments back to you in the last meeting, and you sign off on it or approve it for adoption by our governing commission. So we're involved in all aspects of that process. On contested cases and motions for rehearing, as you heard earlier from Ron, we're very blessed to have a very healthy and very good enforcement section. So we split some of the duties. Our enforcement division, of course, will initiate cases. They will take them ultimately to default or SOA or close them out, obviously. Once a default order is issued or a decision has come down from a SOA judge, we will, depending on what that is, we will take over at the Office of General Counsel. If it's a default order, we mail out the default order. We entertain motions for rehearing. We take care of it from that end. If it's a ALJ proposal for decision, we give our commission, we take that case at the commission meeting. You'll see there's an enforcement prosecutor presenting the case. We're kind of like the law clerk for our commissioners in that process. We look at the proposal for decision. We look at the relevant laws. We help the commission. We give them options. This PFD has no possible errors. You have to adopt it, versus there's some room here where it looks like the ALJ may have misapplied one or more factors of the law or may have neglected to consider an agency policy. And we guide them through all the potential outcomes for any given contested case. So that's one of the things that we do for them. And also there's kind of an in-house appeal, of course, the motion for rehearing process. We are the point of contact for a respondent to file a motion for rehearing, and then we advise the commission on whether or not to grant. Oftentimes, if we do see an error alleged in a motion for rehearing that we realize has been made, our commission has given us authority to grant those internally and not wait for a commission meeting. And we feel like that helps better serve our respondents who may have received an adverse order when they shouldn't have. So no need to delay that if that's the case and we in fact made a mistake. Our shop also, we have a whole division that deals with Public Information Act and records management. It's led by a very, very talented attorney who has just years and years of experience, Mia Settle, and a number of legal assistants and other professionals. We every year, it seems, we are setting new records for open records requests. At some point, I can't remember if it was 4 or 5 years ago, but at some point we realized the number of requests was just getting so voluminous that we had to create essentially a task force just to look at this. And so they've done an outstanding job. We also, Charles Johnson and a couple of our other attorneys provide support on contracts and procurement. We work closely with the Financial Services Division on that. The Office of General Counsel also engages in collections. So if we have a penalty against a respondent that's over $5,000, we refer that to the Office of the Attorney General, and we remain in contact during that process. If it's under that amount, typically we have assigned it to a vendor that we have a contract with for those collections. We don't have one of those contracts in place right now, so we're doing a lot of those calls ourselves and getting respondents on payment plans, but that's also a large part of what we do. And you'll see some of our statistics at the end. I mean, open records requests are a major part of what we do. Rulemaking is one of our core competencies. And you'll see during fiscal year 2023, we filed 149 rule amendments, 78 new rules, and a number of repeals. It's very common for us, for one of our programs, to have more rulemakings in a year than some smaller agencies do. And that's because we increasingly see more and more bills that affect our programs and that require kind of across the board changes. And we also try to be very responsive. We try to be on time with our rule reviews. We try to make sure that stakeholders are consulted and that they have a voice. And so that's part of what feeds into the number of rulemakings that we have. Anyway, I want to make sure I don't leave without just bragging on our team. I think if I was in private practice in Nashville for a very small amount of time. There's a reason, because I wasn't impressed with the people around me. If I had the staff that I have now, I would still be there. It's just an outstanding group of attorneys and other professionals. And we're just really proud to be part of TDLR and look forward to be working with you. Y'all have any questions?
Sure.
Yes.
Will you be participating in our next board meeting?
Yes, we will be. We will be presenting open meetings training, APA training, potentially. Has your board had ethics training recently?
No, it's been.
Okay, all right. We'll add that. We can also add that as a potential
Is that
topic.
during our board meeting?
Yes, it will be during the board meeting. And what we also plan on doing is having a discussion about, and this needs a little more refinement, but a discussion about what your role will be. Because I know there are still some questions about exactly what powers are going to be delegated back to the board, particularly within the contested case space. And so we've got to get there a little bit. We're taking small steps, is my understanding, in our work groups, trying to figure out what topics what topics need to be addressed. We're also going to be supporting your procurement of the software system. We're going to be one of our attorneys, or one or more of our attorneys, is going to be behind basically every issue that comes before your board. But once again, we may not be sitting in this seat telling you about it, but we'll definitely be taking part and reviewing what we need to review, helping your staff with processes or procedures. We've got a great rulemaking template that our rules guru Wendy Pellew put together. You might find that it's a good fit for you as well. So whatever we can share, and whatever we can look at, we're happy to participate.
So question, so
Yes.
we have a rules committee and I'm the chair of that, and I'm excited to see the format you have. So we've been taking rules that either needed to be updated because there are new methods, modalities, or surgical procedures that are not included in the current rules that need to be added.
Mm-hmm.
So the veterinarians are covered, or they need to be restructured because they haven't been restructured. Or stakeholders are bringing us rules and they'll say, this is too confusing, this is written in too much legalese, we can't understand it. So we've been redoing that.
Okay.
So I put all that on hold. Obviously, when this whole thing happened, we just stopped because I wanted to see how y'all want to carry that out. So is there a lawyer in particular that will be handling that I can be in touch with to say, here are some rules that stakeholders are very concerned about?
Yes.
How does that work?
There will be. I can't give you a name right now, but the moment we kind of start that process, we'll make sure
Okay.
that we have someone who's dedicated to working with you.
So we should hold off on any rules until we have your structure in place?
No, I'm not saying that. Not saying that. I mean, in my opinion, if you have things in the oven, go ahead and continue working on them. I guess that's a mixed metaphor, but don't work in the oven. Very hot. But if there are things you're working on, please continue to do so, and we will provide. I mean, once again, Mike mentioned some of the funding. some of the funding for this effort is also going into some new FTEs for our division. We're adding 2 attorneys and 2 2 legal assistants. So that's going to give us extra bandwidth also. So we expect to have somebody or some bodies dedicated to this effort.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So in terms of, and maybe it's not this portion, maybe it's on the advisory board tab, but from a legal structure, our board is not changing in terms of committees, like, we're still operating within our structure, right?
That's my understanding, but as one of our advisory boards, yes. And it depends on, I think what ultimately is decided in terms of the powers that you're going to be delegated back. And I don't think that's been finalized yet. Because there may be an instance, for example, in a particular type of contested cases.
Just been handed this note.
Oh, okay. Dalma and thank you, Charles. Dalma and Dalma Sotero and let's see. So yes, Dalma and John will work rules are two of our really good attorneys. We've got really good attorneys across the board, but they're at least already they've been tapped to work on these things. So apparently, I didn't know this, but they're already looking at rules and processes. So we'll continue to have them do that.
Great. So like our finance committee, we need to meet before the next board, but do we do that in conjunction? Do we notify y'all when we're wanting to meet?
Yeah, so what will happen is that any committees that you have within the advisory board, working through Brittany, will identify the folks on our end to make sure that we're participating in that. In order to ensure that we're familiar with everything that's going on and we have a background. So we want to be very participatory in that. So yeah, I would probably say the rules committee will make sure that we reach out and we're working through Brittany. The audit finance, same thing, that we'll be able to get that. And then, because we'll have folks on our end that will be working with, Brittany's team in the background for that of, process, procedures, reports, those type of things. So yeah, I would say that your committee, subcommittees will continue to move forward, but it'll be with us also in the background working.
Well, and this isn't the fire that we've got to put out first, but I think that was something when I came on the board, we definitely need to update. We have a 75-page document that governs our policies and procedures during our board operations. And it's, from a lawyer perspective, leading it very contradictory, just a conglomerate of information that was put together by a non-lawyer. But like, for example, even our committee process, we as a board don't know because it's conflicting. Like, do we do committee assignments in January? Does the president appoint those? Like, there's certain things like that that I think from a legal structure standpoint, in this process, again, not the fire that's got to be put out first,
right.
But, knowing that needs to be done, but also understanding we've got this kind of transformative phase of, well, we're advisory, but statutorily, probably should write it like we're gonna not be advisory at some point. So differences in
Right.
that.
Well, we'll definitely, we want to be a resource to help you walk through that and to help you answer those types of questions.
But that's a great conversation because, as we're going through this process within the next probably 14, 15 months, we need to identify those type of things that if it requires a statutory change, we need to put up the parking lot. So when we're ready to pull it down, we can say, okay, I want to make the recommendation to the Sunset Commission, Sunset, staff is to say, these are things that we've identified in statute that probably need to be changed in order to assist this board, this agency to function, much more efficiently, much more effectively. And those type of things, maybe what it is, clarification, does the presiding officer appoint the work groups? The subcommittees, what they want to call them, but those type of things are things that we need to identify. So I appreciate you putting that out.
And that was something that we tried, like Brittany and I tried to tackle that. And job and family and all those things. And that's why I'm so thankful for this partnership, because that's just not something we can take on. But something that's very important that needs to be done.
Right. Yeah, and that's great because I can tell you also as an example, general counsel, they probably do more rule publications than in a year than most state agencies will do in, 5 and some other 10 years. And so we have the rules and the processing of those rules. We have it down to a fine science.
And to piggyback off of Victoria's point, that's one of my concerns is analysis paralysis. Like we have functioned and we're gonna need to continue to function in year 4 from now. So making sure that we're not sitting on our hands doing nothing because we think we don't know what the process is. We still need to make rules. We still need to have our committee appointments. So sounds like we're all on the same page. We can continue forward, but we gotta bring everybody in and then we'll cross the hurdles as they rise.
Yes. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Doug. Chairman, the next person that we have is Julianne Crocker. Our Chief Process Improvement Officer had commitments on some other meetings. So he's assigned this responsibility to Julianne, who's going to be presenting from the standpoint of the Office of Process and Project Management.
Well, good afternoon. My name is Julianne Crocker. I am with the Office of Project and Process and Project Management. It's a mouthful even for us. But our responsibilities are to help the agency develop a capacity for change. As you can imagine, even with you are undergoing a lot of change, we also are going under quite a bit of change. So we have 2 arms that help us with this. We have a group of lean agents or lean practitioners, if you're familiar with Lean and Six Sigma. They have processes that they use to evaluate functions in our agencies that may need help in becoming more efficient or more effective. We have another branch that is our project managers, and they work with our IT staff on major projects and undertakings with implementing new software or upgrading various systems within our agency. There's about 12 of us in our group that do this, about 6 on one side, 5 on the other, and we have our fearless leader, as Mike mentioned, who is tackling some big projects today. Are there any questions on what we do? I will just keep this very short and sweet.
These are our problem solvers. So
We do a
of what they
lot
do-
of,
Yeah, a lot of what they do is the project management is whenever we have a task, then they will come in and make sure that everyone stays on task for the duties. So. these are
And
people who love that.
taskmasters might be a way people would describe us. We try to be nice about it though.
All right, my name is Tuan Nguyen. I'm the Director of Customer Service. I've been in this division or agency for 9 years and started as a CSR myself. So who we are a strong team of 54 people, and we have many different levels in our division. We have the front end, which is the people taking the phone calls, but another small team of people handling the emails. And then we have 6 team leads, 3 managers, 3 QAs, and then myself. We do a lot. So in terms of what we do, we handle the bulk of the phone calls for the agency and a bulk of the emails. So in terms of phone calls in one fiscal year, it's roughly around 470,000. In terms of emails, usually 10% of that, so about 40,000 emails. So how we do all this? So we use technology because we are given very little. Well, people always ask, how can you do better? Give us more staff. That's normally never happens. In fact, we used to have 58 staff members and we do a good job. And like, you really don't need those 2. How about we move them over here? So really technology is the big thing. We use 2 major big softwares, our contact center software and our software to handle the emails. And we use a really big tactic we call bundling our work to manage our traffic. So phone calls wise, we handle 40 different programs for the agency. But we do bundle them into a specialized way with our contact center software called InContact. And then basically from there, those agents are made available based on skills to handle those calls. We have live data. We can tell when our agents take a break, when they're on a call, how long the call is, and literal wait times and everything. Our agents are located all over Texas. It's a fully remote staff for the most part. The managers and myself still go into the office 3 days a week. But the bulk of the staff are able to work from anywhere as long as they have internet. the emails is routed through a Microsoft software that we're able to pretty much move everything through there. We used to have 34 different shared mailboxes for each of our programs. We were able to use technology to use only one web form to consolidate all that into one place. And we were able to now create very structured email to collect needed information from customers before we even get to respond to them. So we get to identify customers, find out what their issues are, and then try to get to a really close to resolution before we have to do more data collecting. When it says that we are a very big data-driven division, we are always looking at ways to improve. How many of these phone calls are repeats? How many of these emails are repeats? And as a division, we get about 50% repeat customers, 25% repeat emails, and we find other ways to always see how we can improve the customer experience. So for us, a lot of my folks here, it's about the heart, how we can really help these people. We listen to their issues each day, we empathize with them, and on a regular daily basis, about 2,000 phone calls a day. But overall, quality is great, morale's good, and we always try our best to just go on and be more proactive than reactive. But that's pretty much what we do. I'll be happy to answer any questions y'all have.
So just out of curiosity, with 2,000 phone calls a day, are they being answered by a live person, or are they going through like a colloquially voice jail system where you
don't like
want...
the voice jail system. You literally just tell us what your program is, and then we give you a live person as soon as possible.
And what's your average wait time?
Average wait time, so it depends. We don't get to control the traffic. I would like for us to get to 5 minutes or less average wait time. That was something achievable in the beginning of the year, and then something happens, and then we get longer wait times, then we go find out what the root issue is. But that's really the big standard we're trying to go for is 5 or 10 minutes. I'm very comfortable with 5 minutes because most people will stay on the phones within 5 minutes. If not, we do let them do a callback, but callbacks aren't as successful after say 30 minutes because once, you might be free during lunch, you want to talk to someone, but after that, you're back at your job.
So how is this portion of the agency helping our agency? What do you foresee your abilities to assist?
It depends on how you route your calls.
Will they be routed through you?
I would say that to stand all that up, it's actually quite fast. I do not know the answer to that, but.
That would be enough. Well, to understand, yeah, I think that what we're looking at is, again, because of the size of your agency, I think Brendan probably could correct me, but I think it's a phone call comes in, it's whoever's available to take the call. You just kind of answer it and go, and then because you can probably walk around the corner and get the answer you need. And then the volume of licenses that you have, which is what, 25,000?
Oh, 13,000.
13,000, also helps. So I think that, the structure of customer service on your end is pretty much who's available to answer the call and answer that and be able to do that. With us being at 1.13 million, it's a different structure. And again, like I said before, we're not interested in taking what we do here and putting it over there. It's, if there is an improvement point that this board wants to look at in customer service and how you answer those calls, then we can invite Twan in to be able to give recommendations on how, maybe how it might work for your agency. So yeah, it'll be resources as well.
That's what I was gonna say, if I can jump in, like, it's just having known him for so long and having worked with him and knowing that he started customer service, it may not be an exact scalable, reflection, but there's definitely some lessons. I guarantee you there's some lessons that you all know that we might have thought about that we're gonna benefit from. But more importantly, why we're here is Juan's got some lessons and some experiences. I first started this agency, I didn't mention that earlier, in 2007. And one of the first legislative appropriations requests at the time that we had to do was make a request to get more people to answer the phones. Because at the time, we were answering 50% of our calls. And you can all figure out what the rest of that means. That means half the people that called weren't getting through. And so we studied call centers and the way they work. And whether you're talking 100 people or 100,000 or 20, the philosophy behind customer service and those tools you can use and the technology that you can bring in are critical elements that may be able to help you get some improvement in that area. I think that's where we'll be able to jump in. And it may be a training needed we gotta train everybody to be customer service. Or maybe we start to get into an area where we portion that off a little bit. It's gonna depend on the analysis that y'all do with Juan and his team and the volume, but there's lots of ways to get at this. And I think the exciting thing is just that exchange of ideas, because we weren't always, we keep saying the number of programs we have. When I first started here a long time ago, I would have said, Tony will know if I'm right, I would say we have 21 programs, 22, because that was about the number then. So we've been through scaling sizes.
Okay,
Thanks for letting.
Sounds great. Next up, we've got Human Resources and Operational Support, Shardy Edmond.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Shardy Edmond, excited about this partnership. I am the Deputy Director of Human Resources and Employment Counsel. Like Brittany, I'm not from Texas, but I got here as fast as I could. I attended Harvard University for undergrad and then Emory University School of Law, and TDLR was my third state agency after TWC and TCEQ. I have been here for 7 years and I work under Sharon Hamoya, Director of Human Resources and also Employment Counsel, and she's been here for 18 years. I left her, she was not able to make it today, much to her dismay. So you got me instead. We are unique in our Human Resources division in a couple of ways. One, in that Sharon and I both are employment counsel, and so we are both licensed attorneys. We do all of our personnel matters in-house through us. We are not in a separate legal department. That's the way it always was when I was in other agencies. In fact, when I was hired, it was as an employment attorney, and then I got a nifty promotion to deputy director, but we do all of our things in-house. We also have payroll in-house within our division as well, and so payroll is administrated within human resources and not in financial services. And then we also do operations support, which means we have an operations project manager that essentially oversees our facilities, just the day-to-day things that make sure that the place that our staff are working is a good place, it's comfortable for them. And so we do those things within HR, some space planning and things of that nature. When you think of HR, it's all those traditional functions that you think of course, talent management, compensation and benefits, training and development. We handle employee relations matters. We do have a designated employee relations specialist. I know with the size of your staff, that may not be something you're able to do, but we try to kind of delineate between Sharon and I advising managers and a staff member on hand that is a go-to source for employees, operations, and of course, Sharon and I providing advice to managers and executive leadership. I think the biggest resource we'd like to be to in terms of serving you all is ensuring that you all have excellent policies and practices in place, because that's where we insulate the agency from liability and ensure that in terms of meeting our employees' needs, we're consistent in how we address everything that occurs. So for instance, I also serve as ADA coordinator for the agency. So if someone has an accommodation request that's medical or related to any other legal reason for one, we will facilitate those. And I think that the most important thing is the how we do it, and that's how we want to help you all, is making sure that we really have a comprehensive personnel manual. Not all of our policies are housed within personnel manuals. If we do have some isolated standoff ones, they are consistent. We treat them as living documents. We're consistently looking to see what's the best practice, what's current legislation, how can we shore this up. Does what we have meet the needs of our employees? Do we need flexibility in our policies and bringing that to our executive leadership? And Mike has really been excellent in making sure that we have a healthy work environment and healthy culture in the things that we did. For instance, there's wellness leave that can be given to employees. Well, traditionally our agency had not utilized that. That's per statute. An executive leader can decide to do so. And Mike recently said, okay, I want to be sure that our folks are getting that 8 hours each fiscal year to take a physical. And so we updated our policy to reflect that. And so we're constantly having conversations about how we can ensure our work environment is healthy. And once we get the talent on board, once we get them with benefits, once we make sure that they have all the resources they need, how do we continue to make sure we maximize productivity by making TDLR a great place to work? And that's what our division does. And I think that is it in short, if you all have any questions.
I have one comment and one comment is go Bison.
Yes.
Bison in the house. And then about the policies and procedures. So you would probably be the working group that would partner with the agency to work on the policies manual that we've tried to update and kind of fell short a few times for various reasons. Would that be correct?
Yes, as it relates to the employees.
Correct.
Yes, that would be us. So for with TDLR, we have an HR commission work group that contains 3 commissioners, and we bring any, revisions, ideas to them first. And so that would be us. I'll be your go-to source. We just met with them last week to go over our recent policy updates. Even when there are legislative changes, there were recently a lot of legislation that had to be implemented into our policy. Even though it's mandatory, we want to make our commissioners aware of the changes that's happening, what they're meaning, and the impact that we see. And so that would be, yes, myself and Sharon Hamoya. And I'm happy to work with you all. I love policy. It's one of my things.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions?
No, I just made a note about your wellness leave. I think that's a great idea for all businesses, actually. So a big note.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's also 50 minutes or 30 minutes that you can get up to 150 minutes per week to work out. That Mike has said he's willing to give us, and we're working on trying to implement that one in a way that ensures success for employees. So we'll see. But
Yeah.
statute allows that.
Yeah, I think that is kind of the focus that we're having, is to ensuring the wellness of our team, is to make sure that, we talk about the wellness, in granting that, to ensure, I mean, we do other things within the agency that have to do with leave, for example. We have participation in, what was it that we granted some time? Can't remember what it was. I don't know if it was SECC. No, it wasn't that. Anyway.
Get fit?
Maybe it was Get Fit. The Get Fit.
Get Fit challenge.
Now, the Get Fit challenge that we had, for those that participated, I granted 4 hours of leave if you participated in Get Fit. And if we won, then we would have been granted an additional 4 hours. And so, again, considering the wellness of our team is kind of paramount. One thing that we put in place to make sure that happens. And Charlotte and Karen are really good about bringing things to me, and I'm supportive of it. That's, as we mentioned earlier, one thing, the conversation that we had was trying to figure out a way that we can get our employees to go and work out and give them the time for that. And I can tell you that the moment that Charlotte and Sharon put that in place, then I'll start working out. But until then, I'm not gonna do it. So,
It is in the pipeline.
yeah, it's in the pipeline. So, yeah.
I want to hold you to it too.
Saving us calorie loss.
Yeah, I tell you that one of the things that we had is in June, we had 28 new team members that came on, and just in the month of June. And we constantly have our it's been called new employee orientation. I proposed just recently that we call it, because everything I do is team concept. We talk about sports. Everything I do is team concept, and so I want to have it as draft day. Hadn't quite caught on with the executive team, but I'm still working on them. But we make sure that they're provided all the information, which I think would be one of the things for Brittany and her team to come in and take a look at, because before it was just like, sign here, this is your insurance benefit, sign here, this is your policy manual, and I'll get to work. And now it's pretty much an all-day deal of our team members coming in on their first day, and we present everything to them. Christina and Kaiser and I try to make it a point to show up to at least welcome them to the agency. And so again, because we try to establish that culture.
Mike is exactly right. Whether there are 20 people or 2,000, employee productivity and the retention is increased when people are engaged at the onset and they know how they are a part of something larger. And so we've tried to incorporate that into our revamping our process. And so we have a much more extensive NEO program, but we also have continued onboarding throughout the entire year. And so each quarter they will come to a gathering. It's actually on Tuesday this quarter for that cohort, and learn more about the agency, give some refreshments at Mike's expense, and FYI, need something for Tuesday. And then, as well as just be able to tell us how they're growing and doing things. And so there's a lot that I think that we can do to make sure that employees are happy and healthy and whole, and then that in turn manifests itself in their work product and their service to Texans.
Charlotte, thank you very much. We appreciate you.
I just found out about the snacks.
I mean, I capitalize on the opportunity to toss it out there, right?
Our next agenda item E is going to be postponed until our next board meeting, as the board member manuals are not available. So we're going to move on to the letter Ms. Anna Clark.
Hello, good afternoon, board members. My name is Anna Clark. I am the program specialist for the advisory boards. I've been with TDLR since 2016 and with the advisory board programs since 2018. We have 3 employees, 3 team members on our staff, and for the 37 programs, we have 33 advisory boards and almost 300 members for us 3. So it's a lot. But we can do it, and I'm so happy you're here. So what you have in your packet is a sample agenda. Your meetings are going to be in person. We have a variety of different meetings. We have some meetings in person. We have some meetings that are hybrid, which this has a little part of, and we have some that are totally virtual. Yours will have the in-person meeting, but with the hybrid component. The majority of ours are all virtual. But for yours, the public comments are going to be a little different. So y'all have 3 different opportunities for the public to speak. For your meetings, you'll have in person where they can just come in, fill out a form and speak to y'all. There is virtual where they log in to WebEx there and give the 3 minutes there, or they can email the information to you and we will give that to you that way. As Doug said earlier, there's also some training that y'all will go through. The first meeting y'all will have is the open meetings training and the Texas ethics training. Like Doug said, the open meetings training is a yearly training, or whenever y'all get a new board member, we have to go through that, or we get to go through that with Doug's staff there. Our staff reports are very similar to your director reports. We have somebody who specializes in each program, give those reports for our board members. And then if you turn it to the next page, we can also add those board committee reports that y'all were talking about. We call those work groups because we have advisory committees for certain programs. And so we don't like getting it confused. So those are work groups where they're non-quorum members are together and they talk about rules, or they talk about finance, or penalty matrices and stuff like that to get those done. You will also have rule changes for your agendas. So what I'm going to do for y'all is I'm going to assist in the agenda creations. I will publish your agendas on the Texas Register, post them on our websites, help with any records retention that y'all may have or may need. I'm going to try to keep this short, but if y'all have any questions or concerns, y'all have my contact information. The other 2 people in the team is Delia Luna and Angelica Lopez Sparks, who is on maternity leave. And we also have one email, it's advisory.boards@tdlr.texas.gov. So if for some reason y'all lose my contact information, you can email that and it'll go to all 3 of us. And so you can call me pretty much anytime. I will answer the phone for y'all. But if y'all have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Are you helping us procure our next board meeting agenda?
Yes. Yes.
As far as date and time of locations, we've had complaints from the public and industry about the forward booking of those, because we'll wait until the next board meeting to select
the
next one. So we went ahead and selected our dates out further. We'd like to continue that tradition.
That's not a problem.
Because we all have schedules. The sooner we get it on the schedule, the better.
Yeah, we can totally do that. Definitely. I think we have a few of them online already.
We do through January, I believe.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah, Dr. Gola, that's kind of the way our commissioners are too, because, you're here on a volunteer basis, and our commissioners the same way. So they try to make sure they schedule them out. We've tried up to a year, the closer the schedule is, or the meetings are pretty solid. The further out, it's a little more fluid for changes. But yeah, we try to do the same thing. So I appreciate the fact that you guys, that this board does that also, because it helps us also when we start planning, because imagine our commission meeting plus the 33 advisory boards, and then trying to schedule, and everyone wants to meet in here, or we're trying to do it online. So yeah, the further out we are, we can keep the calendar going when everybody's going to be meeting.
Can I just make a request on our standard agenda, having our committee reports?
Yes.
So listing out our committees, letting those chairs give a report. That kind of helps us keep up to date with what everybody else is doing.
Okay. And I can also help assist in scheduling y'all's committee meetings.
Okay.
I do that for some of our other advisory boards. So I'll be happy to help get staff involved as well as the members of y'all's committees.
Great.
So do we send our agenda items to you? I know Brittany always asks if there's anything we would like on the agenda about 4 weeks ahead of the meeting. So do we send those to you?
I would like to be copied on them. You can keep sending them to Brittany and just make sure I'm copied on it.
Okay, great.
Anything else? Thank y'all so much.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Okay, moving on to item G, legislative process overview with Jeff Copus.
Almost last, but certainly not least. Hi, I'm Jeff Copus, Government Relations Officer. Until recently, we had 3 government relations officers at TDLR. Now there's just me. Steve obviously has moved on, and we had one of government relations officer move on as well. So I've been with the agency since 2006 for about 10 years in communications and 2 sessions now with government relations. I'm going to put my glasses on so I can read my notes here. A little bit about what I do. A large part of my work involves handling constituent issues. So those are issues that come from legislators from the governor's office. Those can range from simple licensing issues, having a problem with a license getting issued or a backlog, on up to a constituent who's unhappy with a law and wants to see a legislative change. So we're here to listen. We're here to offer help if we can. And Dr. Coley, you mentioned, resources available at TDLR. Consider us a resource in government relations. We're here to help however we can. And so did y'all get the handout? There should be a handout in the back. I'm going to kind of go through these pages. On page 2, there's just a real kind of high level overview of the biennium. Obviously, we just came out of session. We're in implementation now. It's a large slice of the pie is session, of course, but there are 2 other big slices of pie there that we're working on now. The next page, page 3, you see the life cycle up at the top there. It says around the 1 o'clock spot. It says we are here. We're in September of the fiscal year. Fiscal year has just started. It's 2024 now. Happy New Year, everyone. And I'll break down some of the other things coming up on page 4. Breaking down that chart a little more. First, operating budget instructions come out in October. That's a couple weeks away. The budget's due in December. Statewide goals in January. Agency strat plan instructions in February. That is a big chunk of what we do in even numbered years. We're working on the strat plan. And of course, that applies to every agency. At TDLR, we do it a little different. It's not just a document that we put out. We have a process where we do outreach to constituents, we do outreach to the public, we do polls, surveys, in-person meetings, online meetings, however we can get the word out to folks. That's their chance to tell us what's working and what's not working. Is there a law that needs to be changed? Is there a process that needs to be changed? Is there something we're doing good that we should do more of? So we do a lot of that during session, and that all goes into the strategic plan. The survey results, the ideas, the legislative proposals, those get kind of boiled down to some sort of main strategic initiatives, and you'll see some of those coming up here. All of that feeds in. So that's all part of that process. Some agencies, you make a strat plan, you send it to the legislature, that's it. We take it as a whole process. And the outcome of it is not just the document, but what we're going to be doing the next 5 years. The 5-year plan every 2 years, which is what the strat plan is, right? So that's due in June or July of next year, depending on what date. We always get an early date. So, and then, of course, right on the heels of that will be our legislative appropriations request, August 2024. And then we start getting into budget stuff, budget hearings, and the bill filing. And then we're back to session again. So, boy, that's a lot. But yeah, the first thing coming up is budget instructions and operating budget due in December, just in time to ruin Tony's Christmas and get everyone ready for the new year. Going on to page 5, just looking back real quick at the 88th session, 8,000 House bills and Senate bills. We tracked about 6% of those for TDLR, which is pretty normal for us. almost 500 bills that we were looking at that could have affected us in some way. Everything from, HR to purchasing to our programs. We have 38, some folks said 37, it's 38 now with EV chargers. There are 38 programs. That's, I think on another page, it's 49 chapters of code, 9 different codes, 49 chapters. So we have to track all of that during a session. So as you can see, out of that, about 16% of bills that we are tracking actually were enacted, 81, and those turned into 28 bill implementation teams. We also attended 51 hearings, which in a 140-day session, that's a hearing every 2.5 days, just about. But really, it's up 3 hearings in 1 day. That's how it usually goes. 3 hearings in 1 day, a couple times a week. So just some numbers there, some stats. We don't really have performance measures in GR, but we do have some good stats to share. How we do that, we track, we're tracking these bills on page 6. Again, 38 programs, 9 codes, 49 chapters. We couldn't do this, or I couldn't do this, honestly, without Telecon, which is a subscription service. It's a online service. Basically, what we do is we plug in those codes and those chapters and say, tell us about anything that's affected by these codes and these chapters. And so we get, we can run reports anytime, and it'll tell us in real time what's going on. It'll tell us, if there's been an amendment, if there's been a change, if there's been a hearing, if there's something happening at all with any of those bills, we can find out. We get nightly reports with summaries of all that. And then there's a lot of wading through all of that, which is a lot of what I do. And then I compile all that. I share that information internally. We do a bill tracking document. I put it out about 3 or 4 times a week. It goes to exec, it goes to senior staff, just saying, hey, here's everything we're tracking. Here's where it's at. At some point, it gets up to, like I said, it's 492 bills last session. It was like a 30-page document of all the things that we were tracking. And luckily, as session goes on, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. We whittle it down. But that's shared internally. Now, publicly, TDLR has a unique thing. If you go to slides, or page 7 rather, we have a public page that shows the public what bills are out there that are affecting their programs. We're actually required by statute to do this. It's in chapter 51. It says, I forget the language exactly, but it says you have to provide a link to a website to where they can find out about bill information. Well, we kind of take it a little further than normal. I started doing this about 12 years ago when I was on the communications team. We have a web page, and we put up all the bills by program affecting our 38 programs. And then we link each bill back to the Texas Legislature online. So that if you're in the air conditioning program or whatever program, you can just go find your section, you can click on that bill, it'll tell you everything you need to know about that bill. And we keep that up all throughout session. And then at the end, it's just things that have passed and then their effective dates, but still with those links so they can find information about that. That's something we keep up with all throughout session. We also include military and veteran issues, trafficking, criminal history, a few other sort of items other than just our 38 programs that are of interest to the agency, that impact the agency. So moving on to page 10 already. You can see our strategic initiatives. So I talked earlier about strategic planning. These items, I think for the most part, mostly came out of strategic planning session, right? Reducing barriers to massage practice. There was issues with when we inherited the massage program. We found things in the statute that were interfering really with our ability to do our job. And the commission said, this has got to change. It was tying their hands to actually do their job. And so that's just one example of something where that became a strategic initiative. The legislature agreed that was something that needed to change. It's now changed. Again, HB 3743 is kind of the same thing. We had all these things in chapter 51 that were holding us back. Like, for example, we're now allowed to email people notices rather than having to mail them notices. If they have an email address, then we can email them. Now, you shouldn't have to change the law to do that, but that's what happens, right? The mold advisory board, we inherited the mold program from TSHS. There's no advisory board. And we had a lot of questions and a lot of folks, coming to us going, we're the subject matter experts on mold. We're not the subject matter experts on mold. We don't know, and so we started an initiative to create a mold advisory board that was successful. And now that's going to be our newest advisory board. And then residential service contracts cleanup, just a minor change, but an important one. On to page 11, obviously we have two new responsibilities, EV chargers and SB 1414, which we all know about. We don't need to relive that unless you all want to on slide 13, page 13. EV chargers is something that it's going to be, obviously keeping us busy even longer than this project is going to keep us busy. It's going to go, I think, to 2028 is when the final effective date is for some of this stuff for the compliance requirements. That's a huge project. And then there's on 14, 15, 16, some of the highlights of program bills that passed last session. As you can see, it's all over the place. Almost every program has at least one bill, if not more, that we have to implement. So we're in that implementation process right now. You saw in the pie earlier. Now we're in implementation phase. Soon we'll be back into reporting phase. I wanted to highlight HB 139. That's on page 16. Rule notifications to legislators. This is something for all state agencies. When you propose a rule related to legislation that was passed in the last 4 years, you're required to email the author of that legislation and the primary sponsor of legislation. So this is something I'm doing now. I've done about a dozen in the last 2 weeks, working with our general counsel's office, who have been very helpful with a template. They give me a template because they didn't want me writing it myself because I'll screw it up. So they give me a template. I plug in the bill author, bill sponsor, and we email them. That way they're communicating with me. They're not communicating directly with general counsel. If they have any questions, so far, no problems there. But this is a new requirement. It's for everybody, and it's definitely a kind of a housekeeping task, but it's an important one. And so that's something that we do in government relations. Let's see, anything else? Got my contact there on the last page. I think that's about it. I just want to reiterate, like we said at the beginning, it's, we're here as a resource for y'all. If it's going to be, it could be bill tracking next session. We already do a huge volume of bill tracking. Throwing in y'all's bills into our tracking system would not be that much more effort. So that's something we could do for y'all. I don't know as far as what the volume is like for y'all as far as constituent calls. If you get constituent emails from the governor or from the legislators, we get those every day. So we're kind of always going through those. But happy to help or offer advice or however that's going to work. I'm sure we'll work that out as we move ahead. So any questions, I'm happy to answer. So,
personally, I think I'm most excited about this resource that you bring to the table.
Oh, thank you.
There's constant issues that continue to come before the veterinary board that we're recycling, and looking forward to working with you.
Thank you. Yeah, and looking forward to having a bigger team hopefully soon. Other than just me, but just me.
Yeah, the pressure off.
Yeah.
Go to board. I can tell you that you see a little bit about what he's presented to you, but during session, when we had almost 500 bills that we were tracking and all these committee hearings that we had to be at, for the two of us, it was just kind of like, okay, tell us where we need to go.
Yeah.
And they were organizing, telling us where we need to be, making sure we're registered, and to testify if we needed to. We were just there for resource witnesses. And so the GR team that we have is, they're fantastic. I kind of envision maybe going into the next session that we'll be able to assist also Brittany and the team, Mike and everybody, to kind of help in that endeavor also. And so I'm looking forward to that. Then, we'll be able to give you the bill tracking sheet that we have. Just, if you get bored or insomnia at night, we can give it to you so you can read it. Because it's a lot. There's a lot of information on there. And the way that he set it up is you simply, it's a PDF, you click on the bill and it automatically launches you to the bill itself on the website. So which is really good. One of the things that Jeff was talking about was our strat plan. I've had this conversation with Brittany. We have begun to start planning on our end locations that we're looking at going to, cities that we're going to, strat planning. And, you know, right now we've identified, of course, Houston, Dallas, looking at either San Antonio or Austin and possibly like Corpus Christi. But the other things we identified is El Paso and either Midland, Odessa, or Lubbock. But the reason we're saying that is because I think when you get out to the rural areas, the conversation we've had is in conjunction with our strat planning is maybe venturing out and doing strat planning for your agency as well as going out and to see what kind of feedback you get from that. And let's try it out, you know, beginning next year. Brittany is very supportive of it, wants to try that. It may be that you're not gonna be there in every single city we're at, that you may have a higher concentration in other areas that we're gonna be at. But just so you know, I mean, if we get these strat planning set up, we'll let the board know, because the beauty of what we do is that we have commissioners show up at these strat planning sessions also, to be able to hear the people that are talking, be able to hear their input, you know, the things that we're doing good, the things that we're doing bad, the things that they would change, those type of things. I think it'd be great for the board to hear also for those individuals out of that area. So once we get further into that, you'll get more information, but I think this is probably one of the more exciting pieces on my part is to have the strat planning sessions go on with this agency as well, and to see if there's value for this agency in doing that, and the vet board doing that. And if there is, then it may be something that's long lasting that you'll be able to get information back. So this is one of the things that we talked about. We're looking forward to doing that, going out on the road, taking the show on the road.
All right, anybody else? Thank you all.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you.
I will say Jeff's hard work formed the basis of my bill tracking, so
Great.
you and
Hey,
April.
Please steal. Happy to share.
And our first duplicate presenter today.
I don't know how I got so lucky. Once again, my name is Josh Kunis. I'm the Chief Information Security Officer for TDLR. I'm going to keep my this part of the presentation brief because I know I'm keeping you from going home. So I have the honor of keeping you from lunch and now keeping you from going home. We do have within TDLR a program to do cybersecurity awareness training. And I've been diligently trying to figure out how we're going to do that with y'all because you're under a different domain. So y'all's domain is different than ours, and currently we're licensed for ours. Did find out I'm able to add your domain to our training program. So I'm not gonna have to issue TDLR emails as well and have to track two different email accounts. But you will be receiving some emails from my staff, probably not this week. We're still figuring out how to load y'all's domain into our system and then get each of the folks loaded up as an individual within that. But you will receive a training package or a link to go to our training. It's KnowBe4. And we do both the statewide mandated by DIR training package for cybersecurity awareness training, about 30 or 40 minutes, depending on how slowly or quickly you go through the modules, but it's broken up into modules so you can do like 1 5-minute piece now and a 3-minute piece later. It's a lot easier than trying to sit down through 40 minutes of training all at once. Then on even number months, we will send out links to some sort of training package. It might be 1 or 2 videos or little sessions to go through on a particular topic. The last one we did was on QR codes. We do things on phishing, on all the different types of cybersecurity awareness. Just so throughout the year, you get a little bit of additional awareness training. And then in the odd numbered months, we do phishing simulations. So that we send out emails that look somewhat legitimate but are not. And we're looking for folks to identify that and report it as, hey, this is phishing. This is not real. And get those back so that we know that we're people are understanding how to identify those phishing emails. So that still tends to be one of the largest vectors of compromises. People click on a link in an email and then put in their credentials and then download the executable, and you end up compromised that way. So we have a fairly robust training program throughout the year, not just the mandatory piece that DIR requires, but we try to make this a year-round item so that we're providing good information to everybody. So any questions about the training program?
I like this one. This is useful.
I try to be useful.
Well, Josh, thank you.
Absolutely.
Appreciate you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right, Mike, that brings us to the end.
Yeah, Chairman, board, thank you for being here. We want to let you know that we're excited about this endeavor we have. A couple of things I did want to point out to you about this agency. One of the things that we have done, that Christina Kaiser and I embarked on last year, which we're getting near to the wrap-up stage, is we're developing and kind of reviewing and revamping our mission, vision, and core values for the agency. I'm not sure if the agency has, I'm sure they do, but that's an endeavor that we embarked on, and we're looking, getting close to the end on our part. So I think that once we finally get past the point of where we need to be as far as the agency is concerned and solving some of the issues, and it's a conversation I'd love to have with Brittany and I'd love to have with this board, whether you want to take a look at it. It's a new vision, the new horizon of what you may want to look at. And if you're perfect at what you got and it works, that's perfectly fine also. I don't want to leave any stone unturned, so I want to at least have that conversation with y'all. I can tell you that one of the things that I talked to when I'm talking about core values, one thing I talked to my team about when I first came in, and I talked to every new individual coming in or new team member coming in on draft day, new employee orientation, is the two things that I work on and function off of is accountability and customer service. Yeah. And I tell them that I don't care who you come in contact with the course of your day, whether it's a licensee, whether it's a commissioner, whether it is a vendor, whether it's just, whoever it might be, that is your customer. Yeah. And through the course of the day, as a TDLR representative, you have customer service with everyone. And don't forget that's paramount of what I want you to do day in and day out. The other thing is accountability. I said, you took this job on and responsibility, so I'm going to hold you accountable for what you do for the Texans, for the state of Texas. But by the same token, you need to hold me accountable. You need to hold Christina Kaiser accountable. We need to be held accountable that we're providing an environment and a culture by which you're able to prosper and grow. And if we're not providing that, then they need to come and tell us and let us know what we need to do. And so the two things that I pass on to my team all the time is accountability and customer service. Those are two mantras that I brought in when I came in on February 1st of 2022. And I continue to push that out to our team to let them know that those are two things. If we do those two things, then I know that our agency will continue to be the great agency that it is. And so I think that, one of the things that will fit for you is to find those things that will identify you and make you that great small agency in the state of Texas. And that'll be a part of what, Brittany will be able to do and develop within the agency itself. So we look forward to this. I appreciate the time that you've given us. I know we're probably going to finish off about 30 minutes early, so which is either good or bad, but it gives you an opportunity to be able to at least maybe mingle with some of the staff. If you've got additional questions for them, they'll make themselves available to you. They don't know it yet, but they'll make themselves available to you. So you can add some questions if you'd like. So thank you for your time. I appreciate you being here.
Thank you for that. I appreciate you very much. I got just a few closing comments. First off, board members, thank you all for taking time to volunteer to come to this. I know there's always the fear of the unknown, and I think today we have kind of removed some of the fear. I always tell the young veterinarians that I train is people don't care how much you know until they know how much you care. And it's obvious today how much y'all care. And I think we all have learned a lot from meeting you guys, learning what you do, the resources that we've got. And now it's just time to get to work. So thank everybody for being here. And with that, we are adjourned.